got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Protect your heart health daily because every heartbeat counts literally. Hello, my name is Emmanuel Olise and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Let's talk about your heart, the tireless engine that keeps you alive. Most heart diseases are preventable through daily habits, not just medication. Eat for your heart. Choose foods rich in fiber like oats, beans, and vegetables. Use healthy fat from olive oil, avocados, and fish. Limit salt, sugar, and trans fats. They stress your arteries. Move every day. Even 30 minutes of brisk walking improves blood flow and lowers cholesterol. Your heart loves movement more than marathons. Quit smoking. Cut alcohol. Tobacco and excessive alcohol damage your heart's lining and blood vessels. There is no safe level of smoking. Quit early, live longer. Manage stress. Chronic stress raises blood pressure. Practice deep breathing instead. Stay connected with loved ones and rest well. In summary, your heart responds to how you live, not just how you treat it. Feed it well, move often, and rest deeply and love fully. I'm Emmanuel Olise, and this is Protect Your Heart. Protect Your Heart is the rhythm of your life.
Generation of Nigerian artists is breathing life back into the age-old craft of bead making, a tradition that has adorned the necks, wrists, and waists of Nigerian women for centuries. Beads have always held a significant place in Nigerian culture, symbolizing wealth, status, and identity. In ancient times, they were used as currency and were integral in various rites of passage from birth to marriage. However, with the advent of modernity, the demand for traditional bead making dwindled as imported jewelry and contemporary fashion took center stage. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye will explore the noticeable resurgence in the popularity of beads, fueled by renewed interest in African heritage and craftsmanship. This revival is not merely a nostalgic nod to the past, but a vibrant contemporary movement that blends tradition with modern fashion trends. Artisans are at the forefront of this revival, infusing new life into beadwork by incorporating innovative designs that appeal to today's fashion-conscious consumers. Their collections, which range from bead necklaces to bold statement earrings, have found their way into the collections of top Nigerian designers and onto the necks of celebrities, musicians, actors, actresses, and socialites, both at home and abroad. One of the driving forces behind this resurgence is the growing pride in African identity. As more Nigerians embrace their cultural roots, there is a rising demand for fashion that reflects this heritage. Beads, with their deep cultural significance, are the perfect medium for expressing this identity. They are no longer seen as relics of the past, but symbols of a proud and vibrant culture. Moreover, the bead industry has benefited from the global shift towards sustainable and ethical fashion. Consumers are increasingly seeking products that are not only stylish, but also environmentally friendly and socially responsible. Handmade beads, often crafted from locally sourced materials, fit this trend perfectly. Thus, the artisanal nature of beadwork ensures that each piece is unique, telling a story of the hands that made it and the culture it represents. This renewed interest in beadwork has also had significant economic implications. Small-scale artisans and bead makers, many of whom are women, are finding new opportunities to market their products both locally and internationally. The rise of online platforms and social media has made it easier for these artisans to reach a broader audience, leading to increased sales and a more sustainable livelihood. Furthermore, the Nigerian government and non-governmental organizations have begun to recognize the potential of the bead industry as a tool for economic empowerment. Initiatives that provide training and resources to bead makers are helping preserve this craft, while also boosting the local economy. However, the resurgence of beadwork is not without its challenges. Artisans face competition from mass-produced, cheaper alternatives that flood the market. To survive, they must continually innovate and differentiate their products from these imitations. For many, this means striking a balance between preserving traditional techniques and incorporating contemporary designs. As Nigerian beadwork continues to gain recognition on the global stage, it is clear that this ancient craft is more than just a passing trend. It is a testament to the resilience and creativity of Nigerian artisans who are redefining what it means to be fashionable in today's world. It is a reminder that while fashion may evolve, the cultural significance of beads remain timeless. The resurgence of bead making in Nigeria is a powerful reflection of the country's rich cultural heritage. It is a movement that honors the past while embracing the future, proving that beads are not just ornaments, but symbols of identity, pride, and resilience.
They say money doesn't change who you are, it just enhances who's already there. So if you're living your life a certain way, let's say you're just blowing money, you're buying drinks, you're buying drugs, what is the money going to do? Is that going to change you or elevate you or just make you spend more money in that area? Why the reparations? That's my question. Well, what is it going to do?
Well, you believe that Europe and America should do more for Africa?
Well, in what way?
Good afternoon. You know, when I heard you in our studio, what caught me was your voice. I'm really attracted by your voice. Well, let's start the discussion by getting to know you. Can you run us through your career and the kind of person that you are?
Okay, my name is Lord Frank. I'm a voiceover artist and actor. I've been in the industry for a little over a decade now. And I have done everything from movies, TV series, and I've even been on radio for a little bit. Majority, I do voiceovers, and I produce adverts. Yeah.
Voiceovers, what does that mean to the ordinary man?
Voiceovers are when you just have your voice. Nobody sees you, but they can hear your voice on maybe ads on TV or on radio.
So you must be into advertising, marketing communications?
That's correct, yes.
What's been your experience?
It's been okay so far. It's been okay so far. You know, there's been ups and downs here and there, just like anything else, but it's been okay so far.
You have this American accent. Has it got to do with your training?
A little bit.
Tell us about your training.
Well, I stayed in the States for a little while, close to 20 some odd years. And I did a couple of courses in terms of radio and TV production.
I'm sure you know Hollywood.
Yes.
Have you had any relationship with Hollywood at all?
Not really.
Do you plan to?
I did at the time. I almost got the extent I almost got close to Hollywood is I almost had an agency. One of the things that you have to do as an actor in Hollywood is get a talent agency, because those are the guys that get you the job. So almost got a talent agency.
We have so many radio and television stations, particularly in Lagos. Have you listened? Have you watched any? What's your opinion?
It's not bad. We're doing all right.
Because I believe that our artists, our presenters tend to be necessarily American or African. And I thought we should have a Nigerian voice. What do you think?
No, I would agree with you. I mean, one of the things that, lets you know you're in a particular country is by what you hear on the radio and things like that, the kind of music, the kind of presenters they have. Yeah, so that's one of the telltale signs that you're in a particular country. So you're absolutely right. So when I turn on the radio, I should hear a Nigerian voice.
What is broadcasting like now globally with social media? Everybody wants to be a journalist now with social media. And it's affecting broadcasters.
Right, you're absolutely right.
What's the way out?
That's a good question. I don't know if I have the answer for that. But unfortunately, attention is currency nowadays. And whoever gets to present first, gets the amount of views. But at the end of the day, people who are more concerned about genuine, true stories will find their platform.
You are so informed and so educated and so trained.
Well, thank you.
What are you trying to bring back to the country?
Well, I've been here a while, so I think genuineness, authenticity is one thing, right? I believe strongly, and that's what I was telling someone earlier, I believe strongly that no matter what you want to show the world, the most important thing is the vehicle that you're using to present it to the world. We could be as Nigerian as we want to be, but the production value has to be as quality as anything, was what everybody's used to.
Let's talk about branding.
Okay.
Seems like everybody wants to brand.
Yes.
Is it the right way to go about it? Or do you use the media? What has branding got to do with it? Or
I believe branding sells, If you believe you have something unique, something that nobody else has, brand it, brand it, because that comes with a whole lot of things. I think people look at you different when you have a brand.
Now we're talking about climate change.
Yes.
In this part of the world, we seem to be far behind. What do you think the media in this part of the world should be doing as regards climate change, sustainability, the green revolution kind of, yes?
I think it's a question of how important is it to us. If there's any truth to it, now I'm going to sound pretty bad, if there's any truth to it, then the focus should be on it, whether it could be alternative energy, how we can be more concerned about how to use those alternative energies as opposed to what our major source of power is, you know, oil and generators and things like that. So it just depends.
We have so many festivals in Nigeria. In Lagos, we've just done Eyo. We have Ofala, we have Agogo. Do you have suggestions on how we can market and monetize it for economic development?
Like, we can build stories around these festivals, you know, they can be the core of our filmmakings or our music, you know, the way that people will be so fascinated about it. By itself, it's doing pretty good. You know, people are already coming from all over the world to come and enjoy these festivals, but I think we can do more. And that comes to how we all have to work together, network, how we can bring what we believe makes us authentic to the rest of the world. We can work together.
America and Nigeria, is there a way we can cooperate in the areas of culture, tradition, music, particularly music? Because our musicians are making hay everywhere now. Is there a way the American government or the American people itself can rally around and have a kind of interrelationship?
Well, I don't know, I can't speak on that particularly, but I think they're collaborating okay. I think they're doing well. Burna Boy is making music with different people, you know, Wizkid and, you know, Rema. All these people are making music with different people, so I think they're doing okay.
What about our fashion? How do we promote it and how do we market it and how do we inspire the ones at home? How do we go about it?
Like you were saying earlier, that social media has done so much, right? And these individuals just lock in on social media, you know, that the word will get out.
So how do we look at our festivals? How do we refine them? Using technology and using the web result so that we just don't repeat the same thing every year.
There was a gentleman that did an AI video of elderly. I don't know if you came across this thing. It was on YouTube. He put it up. He did an AI video of the elderly in different African attire, different fashions and stuff like that. So that's the way we're going. You know, we can take things that maybe like the festival or whatever it is from our traditions and just combine it with AI and present it to the world.
If I talk about the diaspora, we have a very strong Nigerian diaspora abroad. Is there a way we can encourage them? And is there a way we can unite them up there so that they can contribute to the development of this place? Because what has been happening now are just isolated cases.
Sure.
And they need to be formed into a group, a formidable group, to come to the aid of particularly Nigeria. What should be the role of these diaspora people?
I think it takes a group to open that up, that discussion, you know, a group or maybe an association or, you know, an organization to put together and say, you know, we're looking for our Nigerian brothers and sisters in different places to, you know, come together, and there has to be transparency, there has to be structure. I think if they see the transparency and they see the structure and they see that they're really helping individuals to build and better Nigeria, I think they'll get involved.
I write a lot, but even some of my colleagues have observed that there's a shortage of African writers. We're all riding on the fame and popularity of Wole Soyinka, Chinua Achebe. The stars, the young ones are not coming up. Is there a way we can fashion out a training program or a project?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, when you look at the entertainment world, what's selling is the Nigerian Idol, the African voices and things like that. And it's more tailored towards musicians. I think if there were more competitions or contests in regard to writers, yes, I think maybe some people will, you know, come out and will inspire a new generation of writers, you know, and having the likes of you or Wole Soyinka being the judges and stuff like that, and really making it a big celebration. You know, people will turn out.
You are doing voiceovers, and I know you'll be concerned about AI.
Yes.
I'm not fascinated by AI.
Okay.
Because I think it will kill creativity.
Sure.
So how will AI affect your business and my business?
It really depends on who you're talking to. Because some people may say, you know, I have the idea, I have what I know I want to do. AI just helps me go from point A to point B a little quicker, you know? And that's all it does. And some people can say, okay, let me just sit back and type, give me an idea. That's where we're now in trouble. You know, I think that's the difference there.
I'm going to ask a very sensitive question, and it's been in the news for some time now. This issue of reparation. Do you think that the black people, the Africans, will deserve reparation from Europe?
Wow, that is really sensitive. It's really sensitive.
That's why I said it's sensitive.
Right.
Because some governments are already doing it. Germany is doing it.
Yeah.
France is doing it. So it's not a big deal.
I guess my question is, to what ends? They say money doesn't change who you are, it just enhances who's already there. So if you're living your life a certain way, let's say you're just blowing money, you're buying drinks, you're buying drugs, what is the money going to do? Is that going to change you or elevate you or just make you spend more money in that area? Why the reparations? That's my question. Well, what is it going to do? What's it going to do? Because there's so many individuals that are excelling, even way before we even talk about this day and age. Back then, a long time ago, there was a place called Black Wall Street in New York. I think it's in New York. That it was ran by all Black Americans, and it was doing quite well, until they got messed up. But the point I'm trying to make is, what is the goal of the reparations? What is really the goal?
Or you believe that Europe and America should do more for Africa?
Well, in what way?
Technically, training, investment.
Okay, I think it boils down to trust.
Let's talk about politics a little bit. And you can't talk about politics without talking about democracy in Africa. What's your perception of the prevailing democratic atmosphere in Africa? Our leaders, our political leaders.
Unfortunately, they say people deserve the leaders they get. What pool are these leaders coming from? And just being honest, what kind of people are we? If we're kind of people who have, a level of pride in our country, a level of trust, a level of integrity, then the leaders we choose will be different, I think. We have to start with ourselves.
I'm not a youth. But we have 70%, almost 60% of our population are youth. What do you think we should be doing with these guys? Some unemployed, some employed, some with some skills, but no support. What kind of support would you recommend? From individuals, from government, and from established people like you?
There's so many things that we can do with our youth. So many things. There are factories that can be built. There's farmland that can be placed in. There's so many things that we can use. I mean, that goes back to how much love we have for our country, how much love we have for our people. And like I said, it's just about pride. If you have that much pride in the motherland, then all our youths are ready to work. They're not lazy. At least we can't say they're lazy because we haven't given them the opportunity. We have to say, okay, to really see that, okay, you have an opportunity. Are you ready? Are you ready to work? We can't tell them. We can't say it because we haven't given them the opportunity.
Finally, 5 years from now, what will Nigerian entertainment industry, music industry, what peak will it reach? How will you rate it in 5 years' time? Our entertainment industry, Hollywood, our musicians. We have lots that we have to offer.
That's a very good question. So right now, music industry is doing quite well, very well, almost in terms of same level as music industry anywhere else. And Nollywood is getting really close. It's really, really getting close. So I think in 5 years, right, we'll have a lot of partnerships. We'll have a lot of more of our stuff being out there. If we just stay the course, the way we're going now, I think in 5 years we'll be revered around the world.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful.
Thank you.
You have a job offer, they're going to pay you 800K per month, but you work 7 days a week, except public holiday. Or you earn 500K per month, but you work 5 times a week. Which one do you think you will go for?
I think that 7 days a week will be better. Because of the Nigerian stress and everything. The stress in Nigeria now is crazy.
Well, I'll definitely go for the one of 500K because my mental health is very, very important. I mean, what's the purpose of working when you don't have the time to spend the money you're working for or have some good time with your family? So my mental health is going to suffer.
I'll go for the one of 500K because the pay is okay, same as one of 800K, and I have to work 5 days, so I get to rest, and I'll have more peace of mind. Like, that's just it.
Okay, that's actually very tricky. Considering the Nigerian economic system, I would go for the 800 along with side hustles and all that, because it's something that could cover up for a lot of things.
I'll go for the 500k one because I like my peace of mind. I like rest days. How many public holidays do we have in a year? It matters. It matters. At least I'm guaranteed my Saturdays and Sundays peace of mind. Not that you'll be calling me to work on Sunday because there's no, I don't want that.
Probably go for the 500k a week. That's more sustainable. I can't work 7 days a week all my life. I'm human. I need to sleep.
I think the 500k one, because at least I still need time to rest for myself. So yeah, I think I'll prefer the 500k one.
I'll go for the 500k for 5 days because I don't think I can do the 7 days per week, just working non-stop. It's very exhausting for me because I think as humans we need sometimes to relax, take a weekend off, play basketball, something, but I can't do the 7 days per week. I prefer the 5 days.
Rising demand for healthy proteins, snail-based cosmetics, and export opportunities have driven a surge in Nigeria's snail farming industry, far outpacing local production and opening a significant gap for investors to fill. Snail farming, or heliculture, is rapidly emerging as a profitable agribusiness in Nigeria, offering sustainable solutions to food security, poverty reduction, and income generation. Rich in protein and essential nutrients, snails are incredibly sought after, fueled by a growing population, a rising interest in healthy diets, and their status as a prized delicacy in Nigerian cuisine. This expanding industry promotes substantial economic opportunities for both farmers and investors. There is a huge and growing demand for snails, which are regarded as a luxury cuisine due to their nutritional benefits. The snail industry in Nigeria is estimated at over 15 billion naira, and the business can be started with little capital. Snail farming is one of the most sustainable and money-spinning agribusiness that many people ignore. For salary earners and investors wanting to increase their income, it's an excellent choice, while it's not time-consuming and highly profitable. Agricultural experts have emphasized the export potential of snails and have urged investors and companies to seize the opportunity, as it was a lucrative venture with strong export prospects due to high global demand. According to them, the market exists, but what is needed was increased production by mobilizing people to invest and scale up production. Snail farming is emerging as one of the most accessible agribusiness opportunities in Nigeria due to its low capital requirement and high profit potential. With an initial investment as modest as 50,000 to 100,000 naira, the business offers the potential to grow as high as 5 million naira annually. Setting up a small farm is both affordable and straightforward. Basic materials like corrugated sheets, baskets, old tires, or wood are sufficient to construct a functional snail pen. Feeding is also budget-friendly, making the overall startup cost even more appealing. A bag of snail feed is between 10,000 and 16,000 naira per 25 kg, and you can use just 2 bags to feed 50 snails for 3 months. Everything needed for snail feeding has been provided by nature. Nature itself provides most of what snails need to survive, from vegetables to watermelons and even leftover foods. One crucial factor, however, in successful snail farming is choosing the right species. Agricultural experts recommended going for the giant African land snails, which come in 3 main species. Aricantina marigata lays between 6 and 14 eggs up to 4 times a year. Achatina achatina produces 80 to 350 eggs per clutch and lays 1 to 3 times annually. And the most profitable among them all, Achatina fuka, can lay between 100 and 400 eggs, as many as 6 times a year. Despite Achatina fuka's prolific breeding, experts tend to favor Achatina marigata, as it is considered the largest land snail in the world, and its size and market appeal make it a favorite among both farmers and consumers. According to experts, Achatina also remains a strong choice, particularly due to its adaptability to the African climate. The global snail market reached $647.4 million in 2024 and is projected to grow from $706.7 million in 2025 to $1.4 billion by 2034, according to Global Market Insight, a market intelligence platform. France leads global production with over 300,000 tons annually, followed by Italy and Spain producing 20,000 and 15,000 tons respectively, solidifying Europe's dominance in the snail farming industry. Chiki Okulu, SOUQ News TV.
For surviving, it's Gary. The way Gary has helped me in this life. Gary, if you have like 100 naira, you can still drink Gary. If you have 100 naira, if you take pure water, you are just drinking water. But everybody will say borrow you one thing or the other. But Gary is the cheapest I think.
Well, it's fuel for me because I think fuel is one of the things that drives the economy, everywhere. So, for the economy to move, for productions to take place, for movements or transportation to take place.
Fuel, because I use fuel every day. It's food now.
Football boots. Because I'm a footballer and it's very cost and it's hard to see money nowadays as a footballer.
Food. Because if people chop, there's no any problem.
Welcome to Words of Our Fathers, where we highlight and appreciate sterling words used by our forefathers centuries ago to make the world a better place. These words are unique and they are everlasting. We must appreciate them and we must use them constantly to make our society better. Today, we'll be talking about a proverb that says, even an ant can hurt an elephant. It's obvious. Even an ant can hurt an elephant. In other words, we should not underrate anybody. We should not look down on anybody. We should appreciate the talent and significance of every aspect of the society. The organizer is important. The messenger is important. The driver is important. The street sweeper is important, just as the politician. So it applies to everyone. It applies to all sectors of the society that we must be tolerant, we must be patient, we must acknowledge the strengths and the talent of others. We should not be self-conceited or self-opinionated because we think we have an advantage. So, an ant can hurt an elephant. You better be careful. The words of our fathers are words of wisdom. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, SOUQ Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002. and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the best African economic leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute SOUQ. BUA invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiagi Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 with a refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Food exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. AES Power Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anekinaya to Prince Rufai Adetono Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetono Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetono's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ereko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetono maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown. often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetona built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetona, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across three Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation, and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space, networking and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komolafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people, as they express the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of Xenox Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956, in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His root is traced back to Ubommiri Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Eke's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Eke's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
So I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing, okay, and got somewhere, not there, right? Okay, so in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course, okay? And the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, is that you have university counselors who observe you in classes and direct you properly. And they thought since I was going back to Africa, there was no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and continue computer science. I said, no, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the Exton University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, Eke can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in the garage. Okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat. Okay, until you build such, get to such a level with a system and structure in place, and then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools, connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above, you understand, instead of starting. A lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Akers' major hit into the business world commenced with the establishment of SOUQ Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, SOUQ Computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing WHQL certification, showing SOUQ's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey. Dr. Akers' entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company SOUQ made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Akers' strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by SOUQ in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with SOUQ's retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga. Leonard Stanley Ake also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC, and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout Eke's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflect his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I scheme, providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. Eke's foundation furthers his charitable efforts, supporting various causes with different donations across the country.
Now, I see entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? Yeah. I see entrepreneurs trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent. But they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur. He hasn't started, he has expensive cars. Entrepreneurs, startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria (OFR) in 2004. Eke is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership, Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
Leadership is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest is that I'm excited with this 21st century because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters who are doing well in their respective fields of endeavors, just like their parents. As Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke continues to chart new territories and inspire future generations, it speaks to the limitless potential of the African entrepreneurial spirit. With his visionary leadership and unwavering resolve, Dr. Eke embodies the essence of innovation and resilience, creating indelible marks on Nigeria's business in Africa and humanity. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke. Welcome to Cash Crafts. My name is Grace Komolafe. In Nigeria's agro space, palm kernel oil, PKO, is an underrated cash cow, quiet, consistent, and massively profitable. known for its wide use in the cosmetics, pharmaceutical, and food industries. PKO is extracted from palm kernels and is in the high demand both locally and internationally. What makes this venture truly attractive is its accessibility. With Nigeria being one of the largest producers of oil palm in the world, palm kernels are readily available, especially in states like Ondo, Edo, Imo, Delta, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom. And here is the kicker: nothing goes to waste. After extracting the oil, the cake left behind is sold as livestock feed. The shell, it fuels boilers or is sold to ceramic and brick industries. Every part of the process holds value. So, what makes PKO processing a powerful cash craft? High return on investment. You can process 1 ton of palm kernel to yield up to 400 liters of oil. Multiply that by market price, and you are looking at solid margins. Market demand. Soap manufacturers, beauty brands, bakeries, and exporters are always on the lookout for quality PKO. Side streams. Yes, palm kernel cake, PKC, is in demand in animal feed markets, and palm shell has commercial fuel value. Scalable startup. Begin with a mini expeller, 800 to 1.5 million naira, and scale as profits grow. If you're ready to dive in, here is what to consider. 1. The final role in the value chain. Processor. Now buy kernels, extract oil, and sell to local or industrial buyers. Again, broker, marketers, link processors with big buyers. Earn by volume. Aggregator. Buy in bulk from rural producers, clean and resell to processors. Moving to number 2, set up your production. Machinery needed, that includes cracker, separator, kernel oil expeller, filter press. Yes, you need power source, diesel or electric motors. Just know your local power availability. Now, factory location, that's very important. Set up near kernel supply regions to reduce logistic costs. Now we go to 3, get quality supply and handle storage. Buy dry, I mean well-preserved kernels. Avoid muddy or sour-smelling ones. Store in clean. Keep sacks away from moisture. And we'll move to 4, connect with buyers. Yes, you will need to connect with beauty and skincare industries. Shell butter plus PKO is equal to good. Also locate soap factories and bakeries. Now, sell via online platforms. You can connect to exporters.ng and B2B portals. We go to 5. Understand regulations and packaging. Ensure hygienic NAFDAC compliance packaging if selling to food and beauty firms. Learn the rules for local transportation or export standards. And finally, palm kernel oil processing is a low-noise, high-profit business with deep roots in Nigeria's agricultural economy. With the right tools, connections, and product quality, you could turn this natural resource into a thriving year-round business. I am Grace Komalafe. This isn't expert advice, but it's a wake-up call. Don't just think, do it. In this business, your vision, precision, and consistency will bring you the cash craft you seek. I'll see you again. Olumorok, Lishabi, and the people of Egbala, a story of resilience and transformation. Telling the story from afar may not be as beautiful as visiting the historical scene for a more engaging storytelling.
I welcome you to the foot of Olumorok. So climbing the rock is in 2 ways. Either you go through the panoramic elevator or the stairs, but whichever way you choose to go through, I'm assuring you are going to land at the topmost part of Olumorok safely. So Olumorok is like every other rock you've ever climbed or know about. but it played an important role in the life of the people of Egba during an intertribal war between the Egba and Old Oyo Empire.
History and culture are the intertwined thread that shape the identity of a people, offering a glimpse into their past struggles, triumphs, and the rich traditions that continue to define their presence.
So from here we can have the glance view of the immediate environment around Olumo Rock, because Olumo Rock is centered at the middle of Abeokuta. But when we get to the topmost part on Olumo Rock, we are going to have the 360 degree of the view, which means the more you go, the more you see. So I want to encourage you to
Brace up.
Brace up so that we can get to the topmost part of the rock. So let's move.
History is what we bring to you today. What is the connection between Olumo Rock, Lishabi, and the Egba people? My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective. Let me take you on an inspiring journey through the history of one of Nigeria's most significant landmarks. Come with me.
I welcome you to the first level on Olumo Rock.
Thank you.
So this is the first level on the rock. Olumo Rock is in 3 stages, from the ground floor to the first landing scape. I want to inform you that you have climbed 120 stairs to come this far. Can you give yourself a round of applause for that? And I'm sure you are fit to climb to the topmost part in Olumo
I'll
Rock.
try.
That's great to know. So the first level of Olumo Rock is called Lishabi Garden. Lishabi Garden is named after one of our past warriors called Lishabi Agbungu Akala. Lishabi was one of the warriors that fought for Egba to gain their freedoms from Old Oyo Empire. It is a natural garden set aside for people to take relaxation after climbing the first level of the rock. Also at this spot, we have 2 trees that we can talk about. The first one is Dongoyaro tree. This is it here. Dongoyaro tree. English call it neem tree. It botanicizes as Adirata indica. If you get from its leaf and cook cassava and drink, it kills malaria. And if you drink from its stick, it clears bad breath from mouth. Also, its name is derived from an Hausa face, which means tall boy, Doko Yaro. This is a flamboyant tree. Its botanic is Dilonis regia. It produces some lumpo. Look at the branches. If you get from those brown pods, there are some seed inside it. When it dries up, if you tap or shake, it gives a kind of sound sheke sheke. And that was where the Yoruba derived its name from. That is why we call it pansheke in the Yoruba land. The pods serve as a natural musical rattle for traditional dancers, nursing mother to play with, before the invent of tambourine and some other musical instruments. When we go up on Olumo Rock, we are going to turn and visit all historical places. There are some shrines and worshippers around Olumo Rock. They are not harmful. They are here to showcase our cultural and traditional heritage. So I wish you a pleasant trip as we rock.
Olumo Rock, a striking natural formation rising 137 meters, which is about 450 feet above Abeokuta, Nigeria. It's more than just a tourist attraction. It is a symbol of Egba people's endurance. The story of Olumo Rock begins in the early 19th century when it was identified by the hunter named Adagba. Though details on how Adagba discovered the rock were limited, it is well documented that the Egba people facing oppression under the Oyo Empire sought refuge here.
is the cave. This was where the people of Egba took refuge during the war. From that side, there was some dripping water. Some water is to drop from that side. It is tagged the medicinal water of Olumo Rock. Whenever the water is gushing, traditional believers always come to pick from its drop. And they claim it cures so many ailments in the body. But the water is not flowing out because God determines when the water flows. And this grave, that's the resting place of Chief Sonny. The grave of Chief Sonny. Chief Sonny was the OC of Itoko during his lifetime. Olumo Rock is founded between two communities. The entry point of Olumo Rock, where you came in from, is called Ikija, while the backside of Olumo Rock is called Itoko community. And this is a chieftaincy title in the Yoruba land. That is the chief sitting at the left of the king in palace. As we have the Otunba and Osioba, Osi two top position to the king. According to the custom and tradition of Yoruba, when a chief died, they bury the chief either at the front of his house, at his bedroom, or at his backyard. He must never be taken to a cemetery. That was why Baba was buried here. And this rostry roof building is the family house of Chief Sonny. The family has an extension. Baba dies on the 23rd of January 1956. 20 years after his death, government took over this place as a tourist site. That was why government decided to fence the family house so that they will not be blocking up the passage of the tourists. So the people of Egba took refuge here during an intertribal wars. The war started in 1830. Then the people of Egba were under old Oyo Empire. They basically want freedoms and where to settle. That was why they consulted the Ifa Oracle for lead. Ifa instructed the Egbas to come and settle there. On their way coming down, they met a man on the road. The name of the man is called Adagba. Adagba was a great hunter farmer. He was the one that discovered Olumo Rock during his hunting process. During those periods, the entire city of Abeokuta was thick forest. Only the powerful ones and the warriors that could come around to do anything and return back home alive. But when the Ifa instructed the Egbas to come, Shodeke, who was one of the founding fathers of Egba land, led the people of Egba down here. And they were here for years. During their stay, they took the natural suspension shape of the rock advantage and built their rooms. The rock is naturally standing. They only took the advantage of the shape and built their room. So the rock served as the roof of the room. 4 of the rooms they built has collapsed, remains only that. Those are the signs of the fallen rooms. That was where they kept wives and children. Men and warriors will surround the rock so that the enemy will not gain access to this place. All these holes we are seeing on the surface of the rock, that was where they do their grindings. Like we use blenders now, Yoruba call it Oluata. So the process of their grindings make the holes deep like this. After the war in 1833, the people of Egba from Ifa Oracle to confirm maybe they should leave this place to go back to where they came from. Ifa told them to keep on dwelling here, that this is where God has put an end to their problems. And that's how they derived the name to the rock, Olufimo. Olufimo means where God put an end to all our tribulations. Ibiti Oluwa fi ogun, wàhálà àti ìdààmú ayé wa mọ̀ sí Olufimo. But people later shorten it to Olumo to gain a very short word. Another meaning to Olumo, Olu in a Yoruba land means God, that's God Almighty. Mo means mode or molded. The people then believe that God benevolently molded the rock for them so that they can take their refuge under it. Oluwa ló mọ̀ fún wa láti fi ṣe ibi ìsádi kúrò lọ́wọ́ ọ̀tá. God molded the rock for our refuge. So when they came out from the rock, others were asking the Egbas of their whereabouts, and they told them, hid ourselves under the rock. Under the rock or beneath the rock in Yoruba means Abe Okuta. And that was how the name got changed from Egba, and they started referring to them as Omo Abe Okuta. Also, the popular city of Abe Okuta started from here. So if you have been anywhere around the town and you have not visited here, you haven't been to Abe Okuta.
The name Olumo is derived from the Yoruba words Olu means God and Mo meaning molded, signifying God-molded rock. This reflects the deep spiritual connection the Egba have with the rock, seeing it as a divine creation that shaped their destiny. Today, the rock remains not only a historical site, but a place of cultural rituals, including annual sacrifices.
Over here, we have the main shrine of Olumo Rock, the main shrine of the rock. The main shrine is a local temple where the people of Egba worship and make sacrifices to the deities of Olumo Rock. Olumo Rock is an historical monument. It's also a symbol of Egba unity, strength, and unfailing protection. Because under the rock, the people of Egba took refuge during an intertribal war. And after the war, the rock has become a deity. That is why Egba people offer sacrifice to Olumo Rock once in a year with a big black cow. During the festival, only 2 people have access to enter the shrine. That is why the shrine is always locked. And the 2 people are the paramount ruler of Egbaland, that's Alake of Egbaland, and the chief priest. The chief priest is called Abore in the Yoruba land. Other traditional rulers in Abeokuta invited guests, indigenous of Abeokuta, will stay outside to say amen to his prayer. During the festival, the Alake of Egbaland will pray for the whole nation. He pray for Egba unity, also the climbers of Olumo Rock, so that they will not fall. No one has ever fallen while climbing the rock. Also at the shrine, traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. When the prayer is answered, those that made pledges while praying will come back to redeem their pledge, ensuring appreciation to Almighty God and to Olumo Rock that interceded for them. That is why you have those feather, blood, and cloth on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of pledges people have been returning. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba. There are 4 traditional rulers in Abeokuta, Alake of Egbaland, the paramount ruler of Egbaland, Oshilo Fukiono.
Every headline is a story, but the real truth lies beneath it. Hello and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape, where we go beyond news to uncover what happened, why it matters, who wins, who loses, and what comes next. I am Olumide Shokoya. Of course, I'm not the only one doing it this morning. I have Dr. Idahosa Osamaze. So glad to have you this morning. Good morning.
Olumide, good morning. Good morning, Nigerian, Africans, all black people in diaspora.
What about white people?
Well, we are black people.
Well, we're black people. All right, so let's get into what we have today. Can refinancing billion facility strengthen Nigeria's economy or simply increase future financial obligations? The federal government says it wants to stop exporting crude oil and refine it all at home. Is Nigeria finally ready to become Africa's refinery powerhouse? The African Development Bank is stepping in to help Senegal manage its growing debt. What lessons this hold for other African economies? Nigeria is also moving closer to state police with a 7-week roadmap in motion. Will this improve security or create new challenges to tackle food insecurity? Now, the federal government also has begun training 4,000 tractor operators. Of course, could mechanization transform Nigeria's agricultural future? And in the oil and gas prices fall. U.S. President Donald Trump is calling for cheaper fuel. Could lower crude prices eventually translate into relief for consumers around the world? I am Olumide Shokoya. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. We'll be right back after this breather. Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Let's start into it now. The National Economic Council has approved the refinancing of existing $3.3 billion project, Gazelle Pre-Export Finance Facility, through a new $4.5 billion funding arrangement known as Project Gazelle 2 to strengthen Nigeria's economic financing framework. Now, the approval was granted during the Council's 159th meeting held virtually and chaired by Vice President Kashim Shettima. Now, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, presented the refinancing proposal and outlined its significance. Now, the new facility is expected to improve financing flexibility, support economic stability, and strengthen government's capacity to meet strategic funding needs while enhancing long-term fiscal sustainability. Now, Doctor, for those who don't understand what this, can you take us through what is Project Gazelle and what does it mean for the average Nigerian?
Well, I think we've rehearsed this a time without number. That the previous administration, the one before this one, just like the president has always said, he inherited some liabilities and assets from his predecessors. So these are part of the liabilities that the president inherited, where, of course, Nigeria took some loan to fund basic infrastructure and help government running.
Okay.
And part of the agreement was the fact that we needed to cede some part of our crude to the financier. Of course, they take about 90,000 part of our daily crude production as part of repayment plan for those loans. And I think that is what the project is all about. And what the state is trying to do right now is to see how to refinance that loan. When you talk about refinancing, it's paying back your previous creditor and then have a new creditor. So what government is trying to do is to see how do we raise about $4 billion to pay up that 3.5 billion that we have taken before, so that we are now indebted to maybe a more friendly person that is going to reduce your capacity to consume. What that will do eventually is to see the Nigerian crude oil that we are swapping for the loan will reduce by about 12%, thereabout. And so rather than pay up to 90,000 barrels daily, of course, you can now reduce it to about 78,000 barrels daily. So that means more money for federal government, more money to SOUQ. And then, of course, we can also receive more foreign exchange from that part of crude that will be sold, and then improving our foreign reserve. I think that's what the State Council tried to do in that resolution.
So how will this, affect government spending in infrastructure, health, education, and all that? Do we have more in our coffers?
Oh yeah, that's what it means, really. Of course, you get more money because, of course, at least you look at it, whatever crude that you are gaining daily is an extra money to government. That's what I'm saying. It's putting more money in the coffers of government. So state government will get more, federal government will get more, local government will get more. And then they are also able to do more with extra income that is coming. I listened to Governor Soludo yesterday at the Data Investment Summit, and he was making a remark that since he came into office, he has not borrowed, and now things are getting really better. So they have more money to spend, and that's why they are not borrowing. And they're able to meet their daily obligation as government, but that they need more money. So this is more money coming to both federal and state government, and it will mean that we can also close on the gap of infrastructure deficits, and then, of course, see how we can also contribute to the social progress of the entire society.
All right, so will this refinancing reduce pressure on government finances, or will it just, increase future debt obligations?
Well, I don't just think it's just increasing future debt. What it will mean is that you have put yourself in a place where you can become a lot more stable. And then, of course, rather than being under pressure to pay now, I don't know what the moratorium is because those details are not given yet. So you are able to say, okay, you are relieved a little bit. And given what we are doing and all the things that government is trying to do, hopefully, I don't think it is going to put us under more pressure or debt, but rather we're actually trying to see how we can redesign the future. that can be good for everybody, in my view.
We're still borrowing, Doctor.
Yeah, of course,
We've
you cannot
borrowed
stop borrowing.
A huge amount this year alone.
Yeah, you cannot stop borrowing. You see, the problem I also find with those narratives is the fact that many of us as analysts is anytime we see a paper headline on borrowing, we don't even check the details because we have a fixed mindset about borrowing. And because for a lot of people, especially those who are politicians, it means another campaign tagline for them.
Okay.
And unfortunately, we in the press also chorus that a lot. Take, for example, I was listening to a station the other day, and they were talking about Nigeria has increased debt by 12 trillion. And whereas, if you look at that report, it was actually talking about the audit report of 2024. They were only appraising the budget 2024, the borrowing that were done in 2024. So people think that it's a new borrowing. And I think people need to actually pay attention to what it is. Now, if government go to the National Assembly to go ask for borrowing, it does not mean the money has been borrowed. So there's a whole lot of double counting that we find in our environment. That if government go to the National Assembly with a request to take a loan, for many people, oh, that loan has been taken. And when the loan actually is now being sought, then we think it's a fresh loan. I think those things we must also find a way to look at it. Because, and I think we cannot say this enough, it's not as if that the government is over-borrowing, but the challenge that people don't tend to see is that we look at our loan figure in terms of the Naira equivalent. So what that means is that if in 2023 you had a $90 billion dollar loan, when you convert it at the rate that Naira was selling at that time,
Yes.
it will be maybe about 70 trillion. Now, in 2023, we deregulated the exchange rate market. And so the value of the Naira moved from 420 to 1,300.
Yes.
So if you are revaluing that value of $90 billion loan, it will be about 143 billion.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that you have taken a new loan. It just means you've recalculated your loan. And I think it's important that we set those records straight. So those gaps and those differences that are resulting from the liberalization of the foreign exchange is what is pushing the loan. Because if you check the loan in their dollar value, you will see that the nation is actually depleting the loan. They're actually depleting the loan. And I think that is a true position. But are we going to stop borrowing? No. Because on the one breath, we are asking for better life. We are asking government to give us good roads, good schools, good hospitals. We don't want government to take more taxes. We don't want government to ask businesses for cost-reflective tariffs. And yet we want government to do more. So how do you get the money to do the more?
All right. So, Doctor, I just put it up from Debt Management Office. The total public debt right now stands at 159.28 trillion naira. Domestic debt is 84.85 trillion naira. External debt is 74.43 trillion.
Can you convert the external debt? Convert it. No, put it from naira to dollar.
That's not where I'm going, Doctor.
No. I know where you are heading to.
Okay.
Convert that 74 trillion that you are calling.
It will be in billions.
To dollar.
Yes.
Then you will see whether the debt is climbing or is actually reducing. That's the point I'm making.
All right. So where I'm going now is, at the beginning, you said we inherited from the past administration. So how do we ensure that the next administration does not inherit what we inherited?
No.
Or what we
That's the point I just made. You can't stop borrowing. Every administration that's going to come. That was the point I was trying.
So it's a good thing we inherited from...
No. Government is a continuum.
Okay.
Government is a continuum. And I think globally, and everybody seems to be on the same issue on this matter, that there's no nation that has not borrowed.
True.
Even China is borrowing.
US.
So how do we now expect that Nigeria will stop borrowing? Why should that conversation be on the table in the first place? If nations that are earning more money, nations that are well off than you are borrowing, and you that is already very poor, nations with infrastructure, graded infrastructure, are borrowing. You that don't have infrastructure, you say you are not going to borrow. So those conversations shouldn't be in the table at all. And I think what people should be concerned is what we are borrowing. Are they sustainable?
How are we repaying it back?
Yeah, of course.
Without crude.
You see, every bank, for example, whether it's the World Bank, whether it's the IMF, whether it's African Development Bank, or even your local commercial bank, nobody will give you a loan if the capacity to repay is not there.
So we have the capacity to pay our
Of course, and that is what a lot of people are talking about, because when you actually look at it, although people talk a lot between the gap between revenue and GDP ratio,
of course,
but we also find that our debt to GDP ratio is one of the lowest globally. So what that means is that it's not that we have excessively borrowed. That's not the issue. And I think if you even listen very closely to even those who are criticizing this government heavily, they are not against government borrowing. What they are simply against is the fact that what are we borrowing for? Should we be borrowing to pay salary? But when you also see the way people are dragging government in terms of, increase wage, move people from poverty, you can't move people from poverty by starting a business tomorrow. Government can't borrow to go and start company. Government can only borrow to finance operation, to create the enabling environment for government or for businesses to prosper. So we must be able to balance this argument. And I tell you, all the people who are on this other side right now at the table, by the time they come to this other side, the conversation will shift. When APC were in opposition, we didn't having the same arguments.
But doctor,
they did. And I think the point I'm making is that as enlightened individuals, we should be able to separate facts from fiction and politics from reality. So anybody who is saying to you and telling you, this borrow is too much, Nigeria is not sustainable, and they want the office. And I tell you, if they get into office tomorrow, they are still going to borrow. All right,
so doctor, speaking about fact, a particular president wrote all our debt off and left something.
He didn't write all the debts off, and that's also a misnomer. And I think you should see.
Please enlighten us.
I think we just did one Paris old debt. That's all. He didn't write off what was in the World Bank. He didn't write off what was in the IMF. It was only the Paris Club loan that was written off. People should understand this reality.
But did he leave money in the coffers?
He left money in the coffers, but he also left debt. Check the legacy debt out there. And that is, plus the fact that they sold off all the assets of Nigeria, which other governments have no opportunity to sell. This building you are was sold. 1004 was sold.
In a bid to privatize or in a bid to...
It's not privatizing, we're mopping up money. Now, the asset you sold yesterday, can anybody sell it today? No. So these are unhealthy comparison. And I just feel that sometimes we are too sentimental. And we don't set context for conversation. Those governments sold out almost everything. Nigerian Airways was liquidated. Nigerian Shipping Company was liquidated. Nitel was liquidated. And all the workers, they were not paid.
Join
yes, in that same administration that raised those money. And you still have people who stopped working for Nitel for the past 30 years, whose pension has not been paid till today. So, government is a continuum. We must all agree, and we should not demonize one person over another because you had an advantage. Because if this government has an advantage to sell maybe the property, maybe the conversation will be different. Now, they don't have assets to sell, so how do they fund the operation and the mess or the liabilities that you have left behind? So these are the things that we must be able to focus on and have that conversation around. The fact is that every country, I dare to say, they are borrowed up to their truth. And I don't think Nigeria is an exception.
But doctor, don't you think that let's focus on government bonds to raise money, let's look for other things, let's increase our export earnings, let's not rely on crude alone?
Who is going to do the exports? Is it government? Is it government doing export in China? No. Is it government doing export in France? Is it government doing export in America?
But it creates a leveling ground for people to play.
What are the hiccups right now on the way of doing business in Nigeria as we speak? On our ease of doing business? That's making people not to invest.
There's power issue.
Yes, of course. But power issue elsewhere. Who is funding power? Is it government owned? So all these conversations, we must deliberately have to put it. You see, people must understand one reality. That investors are not Father Christmas.
Okay.
They are not Father Christmas. They are people who want to make profit. And if you are not willing to allow them to make profit, they are not going to bring money into your environment.
So who's stopping them from making profit?
This is the regulations we're talking about.
So the government itself...
So Nigeria said, oh, we want to increase cost of coal.
Okay.
We take it to the National Assembly to debate. And then we come back and say, NCC, you cannot approve exchange, irrespective of the inputs that the telcos are putting into operation. Or you say, oh, we can only allow you to increase by 50% because our people are very poor. But you're not buying diesel for them. You are not buying their generator. You are not paying their personnel costs. So you are not paying the cost of their operation. But you are determining the profit that they can make. And then somebody else seeing you doing that will come and put money in your environment. Never. It will not. So this is where the real conversation has to be. Do we want real good life?
At what cost?
Good life is expensive. Leave the cost. It's expensive. So what happens is that, you see, it's like somehow you see the conversation in our environment today. People talk, oh, people are deliberately poor. And somehow it also agitates me really because people talk about, oh, poverty is increasing. And I'm asking myself, I saw one analysis yesterday, and somebody said he's buying petrol now to fill his tank at that he was buying 4 years ago at
10,000, 20,000.
30,000. Now he's buying it 100,000. That's taking more money from his pocket. And that person also did not tell us how much he was earning 4 years ago and what is his wage today. These are gaslighting.
Are you saying that some people...
You see, the truth is that everybody is benefiting. Everybody, even the woman selling akara on the street, is benefiting. Before the akara, you were buying 1 naira last 4 years. You are buying it now at 100 naira.
Yes, because production cost has increased.
Yes, of course. So what is she losing?
She's passing it on to the consumer.
So the consumer who is buying, is he not selling something? Is he selling at old price? You see, this narrative, we should drop it. Check all the earnings, for example, on the companies. I was looking at Better Class yesterday. Sorry, I have to call name. 79 billion dividend to be shared to investors. Are the investors Americans? Are they not Nigerians? All the billions that the banks have been sharing, the telecoms have been sharing, is it not entering the pocket of people? Have they earned those kind of dividends before now? So the issue is, we can look at those who are vulnerable, no doubt about it, those who don't have anything to sell. But how can we also encourage ourselves to start to sell something? Because anybody who is selling at the moment is benefiting one way or the other. Those who are doing Okada, one of our staffs here was saying that if he takes Okada from one bus stop to where he lives, pay 4,000 to the Okada man.
Yes, because the roads are bad.
Is she not paying for the fuel? So who is actually the person? See, let's encourage ourselves and say, look, how can we survive this environment? And I think that's a healthy conversation to have. Not for some people to be blackmailing other people because they want to score some cheap popularity. And I think that's, for me, the heart of the issue. We must be able to put facts on the ground and within those facts and those reality, discuss it. Because when you say things are very terrible, I was telling my friend the other day, a house opened in my house and I said, oh, can we think about it? The man said, oh, you know, this neighborhood now, rent is 4.5 million. I said, oh, can't we do 3 million? He said, no, it's not possible. Before I could open my eyes, somebody had paid for it.
Yes.
So where did the person get the money? Well. Now, the landlord who was charging 2 million yesterday, that is charging 4 million yesterday, what is he losing? So we talk as if every money that is made in the economy goes in the hand of government. But individuals are also making money. And are those individuals from Nigerians?
All right, let's move on to our next story. We're looking at all local refinery as federal government tends to end crude oil. Now, exports with local refinery. Now, the federal government says that it is working towards ending crude oil exports as Nigeria expands its domestic refinery capacity and position itself as a major hub for refined petroleum products across Africa. Now, the chief executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Rabiu Umar, disclosed this on Monday at the 49th Nigerian Annual International Conference and Exhibition organized by the Society of Petroleum Engineers, Nigeria Council in Lagos. Now, the government says increasing local refinery will add value to Nigeria's crude resources, reduce dependence on imported fuel, strengthen energy security, and create new opportunities for economic growth and industrial development. Doctor, this is quite, first of all, looking at this report, what's your thought? What comes to your mind? Local refinery, increasing local refinery.
Yeah, I think for me, refining petrol here in Nigeria is something that we must have to drive. And there's no doubt about that. And we also need to do a lot more. I think it was Patrice Lumumba yesterday when he was speaking at Asaba that said sometimes you also have to look at the things that we can do. That, for example, Nigeria is producing about 12,000 megawatts of electricity, and that 12,000 megawatts we have capacity to distribute just 5,000 megawatts, yes. And that 5,000 we are still losing some of it along transmission line distribution and the rest of it.
Yes.
And he said, when you compare us with China, that is generating over 3 million megawatts of electricity to power their industry, you find that competitiveness between us and them can't be the same. Because, of course, don't forget what economists call the economy of scale. The more you have, the lesser the cost will be. So for us here, the cost will still be high. And these are challenges that we must also have to address. I think there's a lot of populism in government conversation. We want to look right in the eye of everybody. But if the research of Professor Jim Collins is anything to go by in his book, Good to Great, the need for us to face the brutal fact, I think, is the only thing that can move us from where we are right now to where we should be as a country. And so we must be able to live beyond things that people have said about us in time past. I read all Professor Claude Ake's book on political economy, one of the most cerebral professors we ever had in Nigeria. And he said that the problem with Africa is the fact that we have so elevated politics that his consideration means almost everything, and economic conversations are never on the table. That the reason why Africa is not transforming is because we don't put the issues or conversation or development on the table or on the front burner. So he wrote one piece and he called it How Politics Has Underdeveloped the Whole of Africa. So this populist idea is a big problem. And I think it's not just Nigeria. Everywhere. And I think if you see the problem in South Africa as we speak right now, is also reflecting from this populism, where people think that the government has so much capacity and they can do everything as if it's an omnibus. So those kind of populism is a big problem in constructing policies. So when you write policy and you are going to sell crude locally, but also think about the cost of refining. And people are thinking, will it reduce the cost of petrol? Likely not.
Why wouldn't it?
Just like we talk about agriculture. Just talk about agriculture, for example. A lot of people protest today and say, why would Nigerians be importing rice? We are killing local farmers. Why is the rice produced in Nigeria more expensive than the one that is imported? What's responsible? These are factors.
Yeah, there are certain factors.
So until those underlying factors are dealt with, we are not likely to get things cheaper. So for us to be able to compete, both locally and internationally, then the economic environment has to be right. Which means that we must be able to say, okay, if we are a true market economy and we allow forces of demand and supply to determine. And if government must intervene, it must be when there are force majeure.
All right, so Doctor, now this report is saying that Nigeria wants to stop exporting and increase local refinery. Wouldn't that affect, I mean, looking at our dependence on oil, and also, how would increasing local refinery, you're saying it will not make fuel price go down, but at the point, fuel sold for 400, at the point, it sold for 290 naira. There was a time it went out, you know, because fuel was increased from, I think, from about 70 naira to 90 or thereabout. So are you saying that what the price of fuel is today, nothing can be, no magic, nothing can be done to reduce, even if it's just 700, 600, or 500?
You see, the point I'm making is there are underlying factors that's determining how much we're going to buy petrol. There are huge underlying factors. Number one, you don't have the technology. So the technology you are using for refining is sourced abroad.
Okay.
So the refinery, if you're going to maintain them, you don't have locals who are going to do that job. You will sure bring in expatriates. You are going to pay them in dollars, not in naira. And also, mark you, the commodity Nigeria buys, it's not just petrol. It's not petrol. Check our GDP and see how much petrol is contributing. This overfixation on the things that government should do, and we take our eye off the other things that other small businesses are doing, and they are bringing in chairs from other countries, Turkey, China, all those importations that are coming in every day. The people who are going into the market, what are they going to use? They are going to spend dollars. Nigeria can't print dollars. You can only earn dollars. So if you are not earning dollars, how do you finance other trade that will be depending on dollars? How?
But Doctor, so what happened, or what is going on with the Port Harcourt and Warri refinery if you say we don't have the equipment? And we have been servicing, rehabilitating over the years.
Those
so what are we doing?
were built over 40 years ago. Technology has moved. Technology has moved. Even finding parts for those things is not feasible. I said it on this table some time ago. Those things should be scrapped. Before you think of building a new refinery, not maintaining a refinery that has refused to work for over 30 years, what are you going to fix? It's like having a saloon car of 1974, and then you are coming to bring an engine of Toyota inside it, and you are thinking it will carry you somewhere. It won't work. So those conversations around what you are going to do with those refineries, we should leave it. If they don't have enough money, they can build new refinery and completely scrap those things, because it has been a drain pipe for the country's scarce and meager resource. Now, but I also look at it. Is a problem about importation, or is a problem for us as we speak, is to say we would prefer to pay more, even if it is more expensive to produce it locally. Is that a question? Because that's the conversation that a lot of people are trying to have. To say, oh, if we produce it locally, it's going to be cheaper. But we must look at the economy of scale. Look at other factors of production. How they contribute to the production of petrol. Look at security, for example. Look at bad logistics, infrastructure, road infrastructure, train infrastructure, pipeline to carry this product from one location to the other. Look at the huge risk that is involved. So if all these are factored into pricing, what is brought outside will still be cheaper than what we are producing locally. That's what it is. So the issue is that, you know, there's a parable in the Holy Book that a certain man planted a garden of wheat. And when men were sleeping, other people came to sow tares in the middle of that wheat.
Yes.
And then the laborers in the farm went to tell him and said, "Okay, let's go and remove the tares." What did the owner say? He said, "Look, don't remove the tares. Let them grow together. Because your attempt to remove the tares, you may be pulling off the wheat also." I think that should minister to people who are in government. So because if you're trying to take away the tares while they are growing together with the wheat, because you cannot differentiate them at that very early stage of their growth. So it's only when they are fully matured that you know what is a tare and what is a wheat. And that is an appropriate point that the separation has to be done. So you take the wheat to your barn, and then the tare you can go and burn. And I think we must believe that wisdom. So that while we are trying to do a lot of things, we are actually not shooting ourselves in the leg just because we want to look popular to people.
Okay, Doctor, just like you said, that setting up refinery, getting the equipment, everything, all these things cost money. What about partnership? If 2 to 3 people come together and the NNPC says, okay, we will give you crude at a certain amount, at a certain discount, and you sell at this amount to Nigerians, would that work?
It will work if the oil and gas ecosystem is as liberal as the banking sector. I listened to the CBN governor the other day while he was talking at the fireside with Okonjo Iweala. And said the recent recapitalization that the CBN made the commercial banks to do, they raised over 5 trillion naira. That 74% of that investor was local. The money didn't come from outside. The money came from here. Now, does it occur to you that the only business that is prospering in Nigeria is actually the commercial banks? And that's where everybody wants to put their money. So if you want people to invest in that sector, you want them to invest in that sector, you have to make it profitable. I heard Dangote once said if today he was to take that decision to build a refinery, he would think twice. He would say he would think twice.
Yes, he said so.
Just last week he said that, look, his investment now is not about to make profit. So which is more of charity than profit making. So how many people are in Dangote shoe that want to do charity with business? There are very few. So if you want investment in those sectors, then of course we must make it very, very profitable and lucrative. Because the goal of every entrepreneur, we are taught in commerce and economics, is to make profit. Profit maximization, not minimization. And if state is intervening at every single point to diminish the volume of profit that is coming to the investor, you won't ask, they will come. They walk away. Why are people taking their money to Dubai? Go and check it. If you are bringing any motor into Dubai, it doesn't matter whether it's 2026, 2014, 2019. In short, nobody will even buy those things. So 2026, the import duty is 5%. Flat. So people go to Dubai, buy motor and ship to your country. And they still make profit on top of it. So we need to create those ecosystems for businesses to make profit and triumph. And that's the only way out. So if you are thinking that you can control businesses and don't allow them to make money, and then you are asking people to come and put money down. You know, I asked somebody the other day, say, oh yeah, guys, we have it on that ground. I said, why are people not putting money? Because it's not profitable. If they can't see the profit, they can't count that this thing is going to bring money, nobody will put money together and invest. Rather, people will go and put money elsewhere.
So should we, is it safe to say that let us just allow importers bring in this thing and sell because it's cheaper?
For me, let them live together. Enable competition.
But one is benefiting more than the other. The importers are benefiting more.
Yeah, you just leave the benefits with time. What do? There are various instruments of economists to make some things and balance them up. You can give the locals some leverage. Take away all the multiple taxes that can make them more competitive. Government can invest in building or revamping their old pipelines for distribution that we don't need trucks on the road. And they don't need to spend extra money on diesel to move diesel, petrol, gas from one location to the other. Then, of course, we can take more money from those who are bringing in their product because they are making profit. We can tax them. So there are a lot of things that government can do to create that equilibrium. But the point I'm simply making is that let them do side by side so that people have choices. And if you need faster, better service, you can get it here. If you want it cheaper, you get it here. And so once those alternatives are created, and then, of course, we get to that point where we are strong and solid enough that we can say, okay, we can rely on ourselves. And that will make the difference. But right now, I don't think we have those capacity because there are still teething problems that we need to deal with. We need human capital to be well built here. People who can build refinery from scratch to completion.
But you yourself said it, that Dangote himself said he's fed up. I mean, if he had to think twice, you know, people who actually want to invest will be looking at, or are looking at Dangote now to see, let's wait till they succeed before we, you know, test the waters.
Yeah, but these are the issues. Some African countries have been calling him for meetings.
Ethiopia and...
yeah, but those projects can't start because the man is looking at the ground and saying, look, is it possible to put my money here? So these are issues, and we must have to deal with our realities. So if we are not willing to deal with our realities, it's likely that we may be living in this dreamland for a very long time.
These obstacles, are they man-made or from the government?
You see, it is the futile promise of democracy.
Why do you say futile promise?
Because it's promising what it cannot deliver.
Democracy?
Yes. You see, there's a political side of democracy and there's an economic side of democracy.
Okay.
Why, hypocritically, we have accepted the political side of democracy, we are fighting the economic side of democracy. Don't you understand that capitalism is the mother of democracy? Freedom for people to make choices, not just to vote alone, but also determine their profits.
But U.S. is practicing democracy, capitalism.
Yes, that is why they are prospering, because you have the two working in the same environment. Donald Trump cannot go and tell Apple to say, this is how much you are going to sell your phone.
But they have their own methods of muzzling out like TikTok and the rest of them? How
Well, you do, yes, of course. You can't tell them what to charge, but you can put tariff on what they are charging. Then you make more money so that you can ameliorate those people who are underserved. That's the way it works.
So why can't you work in Nigeria?
Yeah, but because you people don't want to see capitalism prosper.
How?
So that's why you are asking government to do everything. So democracy here is promising everybody that, there's one man, when you vote for him, the man will be so nice that all our sorrow, poverty will be taken away.
But the man made the promise.
You see, that's why I call it the futile promise of democracy. I met a friend of mine some years ago, and he said, look, he was asking me, he said, doctor, why is it that every year since I was born, every campaign is, I will give you electricity, I will give you water, I will build road, I will build school. Since 1960, has that campaign promise changed?
No.
Are we having good schools?
No.
Are we having electricity?
No. So is it deliberate?
Is there pipe-borne water?
Is that deliberate?
What I'm saying to you is that you are promising what you don't have capacity to deliver.
We can't deliver good
We
roads,
don't.
good
You see,
schools.
for democracy to flourish and prosper, capitalism must be very strong. We are deceiving ourselves in Africa. That, democracy is going to answer all our questions. No. The bedrock upon which politics is built is the economy. And when you don't build your base, anything you put on top, it will crumble. So the first and starting point for us when we're talking about this conversation of promises is the father. We have to build the economic foundation upon which democracy can flourish. And until that is done, we will be in this dreamland, moving around in circles, and hoping that one Messiah is going to come. And I tell you, that Messiah does not live anywhere.
All right, thank you very much. Just as Doctor said, we have to build an economic foundation upon which democracy will thrive. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. We're due for a breather. We'll be right back.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
The growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a Global Future Market Insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Don't forget to like and share. Let's move on with the next story. The African Development Bank has approved financing of 20 billion francs, equivalent to $35.4 million. The Senegal strengthens its public finance management as the West African nation works to address its growing debt challenges. Now, the bank announced the funding in a statement saying the facility is intended to improve fiscal management, strengthen governance, and support economic reforms aimed at restoring financial stability. Now, the intervention comes as Senegal faces mounting pressure of its debt burden. The African Development Bank says the financing will help improve budget management, enhance public sector efficiency, and support the country's broader economic recovery effort. Now, Doctor, looking at this, what do you think Nigeria can learn from it? I remember there was recently a delegation went to the Republic of Benin to check some of the things they are doing and get some things. But what do you think Nigeria can take out of this? I mean, we're still talking debt. What can they take out of this Senegal's?
I think African Development Bank need to do more for Africa.
By borrowing?
Yeah, but it's a bank. It's set up to lend to banks. But I think the gap I see in all of this funding is that they are not too strategic. We are not deliberate in terms of building an economically viable Africa.
Okay.
You see, what you see ADB do, we throw money here, we throw money there, we throw money there. But on the whole, you cannot see the significance or the impact of this fund in building virile economies that can make Africans to trade together.
Is that ADB's fault or the country's fault?
Yeah, because ADB is an offshoot of the African Union.
Yes.
And we have an agenda they call Agenda 2063 that is collectively agreed by the Committee of the Head of States of 54 African countries.
Yes.
And so if we have an Agenda 2063 that is supposed to kickstart the African Renaissance, ADB funding for Africa should be more strategic.
You mean
and not funding capacity building. See, we have to be deliberate. When the Marshall Plan was unleashed into Europe, there was a goal. And that's why it was easy for the European Union to actually come to be this matured. Because it was a deliberate effort by Marshall to see that Europe is able to build capacity so that they can trade among themselves, which was very important. So you see Denmark invest, for example, in dairy massively. But go to Paris, you see they are investing hugely on spirits. You go to Germany, you see heavy investment in breweries, automotive. And so we are able to produce things that we can sell one to another. And I think that's what ADB should be about.
But we already have the African Continental Free Trade area. What are we doing
when
with
you have a free trade zone and nobody is doing business inside the zone, so what advantage does it confer? We have a free trade zone. Where is the free trade zone? Who is doing business in the free trade zone? Take, for example, Nigeria have over 12 free trade zones. How many people are coming from outside to come and do business inside the free trade zone? So it's not about creating institution. That's just what they call institutional isomorphism. Either you want to placate somebody or want to prove that you are doing something that other people are doing. That's not what Africa needs right now. Africa needs to be deliberate about creating an eco-culture where I can produce something. For example, my environment gives me a comparative advantage that I can sell to somebody in Egypt or Morocco. And we are financing operation in Morocco or Egypt of things they can sell to Nigeria. Same for South Africa, same for this thing. So when we create these hubs around Africa, then we can now stimulate trade one with another. And so we should do more, actually, putting more money in building businesses than supporting government operations.
So why are African countries not doing business with each other?
Yeah, of course, there are a lot of factors. We cannot also rule away the colonial heritage, as it were. Just like people who are English-speaking, if they don't get to London, they don't think they have arrived. Same with those who speak French. If they don't get to Paris, they don't think that they are making any progress. So that colonial heritage is part and parcel of it. Take, for example, even those in the Francophone, which, of course, their own is worse off. That at independence, there were certain agreements that were signed between the Francophone Africa and their erstwhile colonial master. That even their internally generated revenue, part of it has to be domiciled in Paris, Central Bank. So all these bonds that ties all together is what is actually creating the division. Because I think it's also obvious and evident to the West and Asia that The day Africa unite, then of course there's going to be a change of game in international competition.
But we have an African Union. What do we make of African Union if we cannot unite?
Well, the union is also there again. Like I said, it's just institution. We have European Union. We have NAFTA, North American Treaty Organization. We have ASEAN. So why can't we also have an African Union? But the African Union is a total bulldog. That's the conversation. I was listening to, following the conversation at the Data Investment Summit. And when Patrick Lumumba was asked to speak, and one of the things he said was the fact that when are we going to see that he is going to come and invest in Delta State, and he does not need a passport to travel from Kenya to come to Nigeria. If I have a visa to Paris, I can travel within 14 European Union countries without needing their visa to enter their country.
But we have ECOWAS passport, which you can use in Africa.
So even within the ECOWAS region, the passport is not suffice. So that mutual suspicion is a bigger problem in Africa.
You say suspicion?
Oh yes, mutual suspicion. And that has been the real bane of the unity of Africa. Nobody spoke about African unity more than Kwame Nkrumah. But a lot of African leaders didn't believe that Kwame Nkrumah was just wanting to become the president of the whole Africa, and people were not going to give him support. When Kwame died, the Libyan dictator, Muammar Gaddafi, became the new champion of a united Africa. And people said, oh, this is a dictator. He wants to expand his stranglehold on the whole of Africa. And they undermined him. Now, the latest person who is championing this now is Paul Kagame in Rwanda. And people are saying to him, he's also a dictator. And so he's not seeing the buy-in. So these are the issue that is challenging us as Africa. How can you see a South Africa that the whole of Africa rally around to ensure that apartheid ended in their region? And now the same black people are in government, and they are the ones that are turning their cultures to chase other black Africans out of their environment.
Well, they say other Africans have taken their jobs.
And their government is there. So these are issues that needs to be determined. Until there's free mobility within Africa, that union can work. So there's mobility in Europe. So there must be mobility within the African continent. And that mobility is that people can move freely across border, and then they can do business across border without necessarily creating barriers. And that's when, of course, one currency eventually will matter.
Yes, I was coming to that.
Yeah, but before people could get to that point of saying one currency will matter, Senegal must specialize in a particular product that they are selling to other African countries.
Doctor, for us to be able to allow free movement, we are still tackling insecurity in Africa. You know, we have so many small groups of terrorist groups and all that operating here and there. How do we tackle that? Because we have to tackle that to ensure free movement.
Yeah, I think the problem of security in Africa, again, was fueled by this same phantom democracy.
Doctor, phantom democracy this time.
Oh, yes, because you see, we are not conscious of some certain things that affect us. People have been having conversation in Nigeria in the last few days about the government and the conference of the Catholic bishop.
Okay.
Now, one of the demands that was made by the conference of Catholic bishop on the government was that the cap on licensing of university in Nigeria should be removed. You see, because Nigeria, we are too emotional. And as emotional people, we don't pay attention to some certain issues. I ask myself, Nigerian, as we speak, has over 200 universities. Private, state, federal. Over 200. I'm not talking about polytechnics. I'm not talking about colleges of education. I'm talking about universities. And what are we producing from the universities? Does somebody go to government to say, oh, we need more universities? That's populism. And that's a problem. Because it's around political environment, everybody's talking about the politics of it. Why should we create more university?
Affordable
if
university.
the economy cannot absorb the graduate that is coming out of the one that already exists, why do you need more universities?
But there are some locations where you don't have these universities.
Does it mean that every Nigerian must be a graduate before he can move forward? These are conversations we need to have. We don't allow people to just come gaslight us because they have interest. Why should we need more university? We have 200 already.
Are they viable?
And the 200 are producing what they call today, as of today, unemployable graduates. And somebody is telling you that the only way Nigeria can move forward is we have to create more university. And everybody is clapping because he's speaking from the other side of the table. So what we need as Africans is this understanding that populism can help us. What are the things that we need to tackle? Is to say, how can we make human beings more productive? So all of us don't need to go to university. If you go to Germany, you may have 20 polytechnic graduates to 1 university graduate.
Polytechnics these days in Nigeria, doctor, do they have relevance?
Now, they are called polytechnic for a reason. They are called polytechnic for a reason. Where are our technical colleges? So, we don't need to be a professor to be able to do POP. We need to train artisans. Okay. And this unhealthy promise that we must give education to everybody, not even at literacy level, at university level, is our problem, is our nightmare. A lot of people were told that if you go to university, your life will become very good. And they have been in university and they are out now. Now you're asking them to come to farm. You are wasting your time.
There are no jobs.
For those people who have been victims of kidnappers, they will tell you that most of those people who kidnap them, they speak very good English, which means that these people are products from universities who have no job to do. So rather than train people to use their hand to work. I had this conversation with a friend of mine recently. I said, our parents, they didn't want us to go to farm because they said farm was too tedious. And it was actually overly tedious. Now, where were the University of Agricultural Technology that are supposed to have been producing equipment that will reduce the heavy labor that people were exerting on the farm? They were nowhere to be found. They were training accountants and training politicians instead of investing in research to produce agricultural equipment that will make farming more attractive and not over-exerting. So we promise that everybody go to university. When you come out of university, you are going to get a good life. Now, people have gone to university and there is no good life. I was telling some young people the other day, and I said to them, let me give you the reality of what we face. The capacity of Nigeria, for example, to take or absorb fresh graduates from university may be about 100,000 annually. Based on the company, if you check what is on our stock exchange, we can take maybe 100,000 people from fresh graduates annually. But currently, the university is producing about 600,000 students.
But doctor, are you not better off being a graduate than being a non-graduate in Nigeria?
We don't need to be graduates. In short, I said
Who hire a non-graduate?
No. People are hiring them. Don't talk about that.
I'm not talking about
all
artisans.
All the Chinese that are in Dangote refinery, none of them is a graduate.
But they are not Nigerians.
So why can't Nigerian OND fix a refinery? Must you be a university graduate to fix a refinery?
Are they well equipped? Are these techniques,
This is the conversation. If you cannot fund what is already existing, so why are you asking for more? This is the conversation. We are too emotional people, too sentimental people. So what we have created is we have created a situation where we are carrying things that we don't have the capacity to carry, and then we are blaming others for it. So my whole issue here is that in the 60s, 70s, 80s, the Nigerian demographic, urban-rural, was like 60-40. Today, the table has flipped. We are having more people in the urban center than we have in the rural area.
Yeah, they've migrated to the urban center.
I was telling my elder brother the other day, and I said to him, in 50 years, nobody will believe in my village. Because all people have migrated. But in the 80s, in the 70s, my father was shipping yam to Lagos, sending yam to Kano, sending yam to Port Harcourt from his farm.
But doctor, insecurity is part of this. Insecurity is part of why.
Leave insecurity. The thing that is fueling insecurity is what I'm saying to you. Is this unhealthy promise of democracy? There will be free education for everybody. That people who are supposed to be in the farm, they are no longer in the farm. They are waiting in the Lagos for people in the farm to bring food for them. Now this food is not coming. So they are doing kidnapping. They are doing banditry. They are doing all manners of things. So what we must understand is the fact that, see, all of us don't need to be a university graduate or professor to be able to earn a living. What is important to a man? What is important to a man is your ability to earn. If you're a plumber in America, you are earning big salary. What concerns you with going to school? Don't you see that Americans don't go to school?
Yes.
But doctor, there are more their non-indigenous are the one in their university than their own citizens.
Who is going to hire these non-graduates?
They don't need to be hired. They should be hiring people. That's the point. If they have a farm and they have equipment, those who study agriculture in the university will be working in their farms. They don't need to be hired. Leave hiring. That's a problem, and that's a fundamental issue. We need people who are working. Look at it. We want to do POP. We go to Togo to go and bring people. Togo is about 6 million people. We want to do basic, what they call it? Plumbing or this thing. We are going to Cotonou to go hire people to come and do the job for us here. And we're talking about there's no hiring. What's the meaning of hiring? So I think that we need a lot of us to come to our senses. It doesn't matter whether you wear a suit or not. They have a lot of bucks in your pocket. And you can go to market and buy what you want and live a decent life. That is what makes life good. Not paper that you take from university that's not able to put food on your table.
All right, let's move on to the next story here. The process leading to the establishment of state police has been accelerated with the federal government adopting a 7-week roadmap for the proposed national policing bill aimed at reinforcing Nigeria's security architecture. The implementation plan began on July 27 and is expected to be completed by September 14. Chairman of the Presidential Working Group on the National Policing Bill, Femi Gbajabiamila, unveiled the timetable after the group's meeting. Now, the roadmap is expected to guide consultations, legislative drafting, stakeholder engagement, and government advances efforts to establish state police and strengthen security across the country. State police, doctor. But some are of the opinion that state police can still be used by certain governors, basically, to do their bidding, to do everything. But will it actually, because the narrative behind the state police is that, oh, someone from a particular community will know the nooks and crannies, will know the criminals element in this particular community, will know this, will know that, but will that actually, this is just paper, will it translate to reality?
I am not an advocate of state police.
Why?
Absolutely, I don't believe in it. Let me just throw that as a caveat. And I think as a country, we must be able to ask ourselves some fundamental questions. Why is the national police not functioning?
Underfunding?
Is it just underfunding?
Well.
Poor training?
Poor training, yes.
Poor remuneration?
Yes.
And therefore, the people who the police attract are more criminal elements than decent human beings. Go and check it. Although some people, you see them, Abdullahi, they are from Delta State. They enter into police with somebody's else's name.
Really?
You go and find out. You are a journalist.
There's that racketing going on?
Go and find out. Go to police college and ask people state of origin and see the name they carry on their name tag. You see, there's a whole lot of deception when we sit down and talk about some basic issue as Nigerians, and this really worries me. Because the problem of security here is not about knowing who is who. It's not knowing who is who. It's about your capacity to be able to do what is right. Are the state able to do what is right now? No. No. In short, the biggest problem we have in our federation is the subnationals who are underperforming. In the 21st century, we are still talking about out-of-school children in Nigeria. Out-of-school children in Nigeria. So how does you know who a criminal is? Today, are criminals even hiding anymore? Are they hiding?
Well, they're in the bushes.
No, they are even in the streets. Is it not about 4 or 5 years ago we saw when the head of banditry came to take a chieftaincy title and they came to town, even police around them?
Yes.
In Zamfara State. Are the criminals hiding? All the area boys that are on the road here collecting money from Danfo driver, are they hiding? They are not hiding. So, the fragility of our state is the problem. When we were growing up, when you hear police, even as a child, they say they will take you to police. You will cry that day and cry yourself out.
But back then, doctor,
now, that's the point I'm making.
Yes.
Who fears the police? People are even daring the army as we speak. So the issue is not...
Should it be a case of fear or respect for the police?
No. See, as a public administrator, one of the arguments against institutional theories for me is the fact that there was this conception from the early 2000s, and people were arguing that, you see, if we want to make state effective, you need to create more institutions. In other words, create specialized role for people, and then immediately you have those specialized roles, then they will become more effective. Now, if we take the Nigerian case as an example, and indeed the entire of Africa, where we have seen multiplication of institutions, has it made us better? Or we are worse off? We are worse off. So institutions by themselves cannot govern.
Institutions are governed by people themselves.
Yeah, but if you have people who have very low moral values, drive your institutions, how will that institution produce good governance? Those are the conversations. I was talking to somebody that day and he was telling me there was a certain school in Ikeja here. They said the children in the primary school, they were already initiated into secret courts.
Yeah, there's a viral video of them holding cutlass and fighting and all that recent video.
So are those ones going to run from police? Whether they are local or they are distant. You see, we must understand what our problems are and then design an African solution to those problems. What we need to do is first and foremost, take these children off the street and make life promising for them. Those who cannot go to school, we ensure that they earn decent living by training them on handwork, things that they can use their hand to do, and then they are able to sell it in society and earn good money, good reputation, and then they will understand that work is important. If you check the history around the Renaissance in Europe, it started by valuing the dignity of labor. That's where it started from.
All right, Doctor.
And so every society that you see is making that advancement, that understanding and that conception is put in place. So when people don't have value for the kind of job that they are doing, it becomes a problem. Some of our children who has traveled or trying to cross the Atlantic Ocean to enter into Europe, they go to Europe, they are doing farm work, even manual farm work. They are cleaning bodies in the mortuaries. They call them morticians.
All
Here
right,
you call them mortuary attendant. There they call them mortician. When a local person hears mortician, he thinks it's a very big job.
Doctor, in less than a minute, people say states cannot fund state police. In less than a minute, what's your thought on this?
They don't have the capacity. They can't even pay their civil servant. If I use my state as an example, I don't think the secondary schools in my state, they have teachers. So if you cannot pay teachers to teach children, is it police you will not pay fund for to buy AK-47? How much one cost?
Thank you very much, Dr. Idahosa Osamaze, for your thoughts. Thank you for sharing today on SOUQ Business Landscape.
My pleasure.
You're welcome. This is where we will draw the curtains for SOUQ Business Landscape today. Powerful conversation. If you like this conversation, why not join us tomorrow? Like, comment, and share on our social media platform. I am Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of your day.
So growing up, I was thinking I would be in the, maybe being doctor or lawyer or, all those mentality then. But right now, I realize that I'm at the roadside roasting corn for the streets of Lagos, that's all.
Akara business doesn't take a lot of money.
I wanted to be an actress. I'm a nurse.
Wait a minute.
Growing up, I always wanted to be a nurse. I'm a nurse.
Okay. Ew, this is a big question. Growing up, when I was very small, I want to become a laboratory doctor.
What do you mean by that?
But I found myself as a hairstylist.
Well, when I was growing up, I actually wanted to become a surgeon.
I mean, it's all right.
Okay, so apparently I'm a business development executive. Basically, we're into investment, immigration, real estate, international real estate, and also international real estate, immigration investments, and insurance, yes.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you something. I actually wanted to become an artist. The one that draws, that does portraits and paintings.
Oh, incredible!
But now I'm into flower decorations, doing of bouquets, and doing decoration for events, basically.
I want to become an accountant. I'm working with an audit firm as a tax consultant.
He's beginning to believe.
I said I wanted to become a pilot.
What?
I'm a manager at a sports shop, tennis sports shop.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. I'm saying.
Okay, growing up, I wanted to become a doctor.
Perfect.
Oh, I'm actually working for a sales company as a sales representative.
I like to be a businessman.
You serious?
I'm still doing a business also, but I never reached the level I'm expecting.
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with Black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, assertive choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. And spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examined the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Jah People, the fifth track, Fashek criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, Fashek delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, Fashek envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice.
I can see brothers and sisters, they're sharing love together now. I can see you and you, oh Lord. Yes, I can see, yes, I can see, yes, I can see, brothers and sisters.
With Send Down the Rain, Majek draws on the metaphor of rain as a reward for diligent effort. The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm Not Tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, Fashek expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come From the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, FSHEK celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek FSHEK delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest reggae albums to emerge from Nigeria, exploring themes of love, peace, unity, corruption, self-awareness, revolution, spirituality, and racial equality. The perfect blend of traditional percussion, particularly the gong-gong and electric guitar, gives the album a timeless edge, merging the soul of Africa with global reggae rhythms. Spirit of Love is more than just an album. It is a cultural artifact, a sonic protest, and a spiritual message. It elevated Majek FSHEK as a voice of the people and established reggae not just as entertainment in Nigeria, but as a force for awareness, resistance, and healing. Its enduring legacy is a reminder that music, like literature, can move a nation, challenge its leaders, and inspire its people. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
A new generation of Nigerian artists is breathing life back into the age-old craft of bead making, a tradition that has adorned the necks, wrists, and waists of Nigerian women for centuries. Beads have always held a significant place in Nigerian culture, symbolizing wealth, status, and identity. In ancient times, they were used as currency and were integral in various rites of passage, from birth to marriage. However, with the advent of modernity, the demand for traditional bead making dwindled as imported jewelry and contemporary fashion took center stage. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye will explore the noticeable resurgence in the popularity of beads, fueled by renewed interest in African heritage and craftsmanship. This revival is not merely a nostalgic nod to the past, but a vibrant contemporary movement that blends tradition with modern fashion trends. Artisans are at the forefront of this revival, infusing new life into beadwork by incorporating innovative designs that appeal to today's fashion-conscious consumers. Their collections, which range from bead necklaces to bold statement earrings, have found their way into the collections of top Nigerian designers and onto the necks of celebrities, musicians, actors, actresses, and socialites, both at home and abroad. One of the driving forces behind this resurgence is the growing pride in African identity. As more Nigerians embrace their cultural roots, there is a rising demand for fashion that reflects this heritage. Beads, with their deep cultural significance, are the perfect medium for expressing this identity. They are no longer seen as relics of the past, but symbols of a proud and vibrant culture. Moreover, the bead industry has benefited from the global shift towards sustainable and ethical fashion. Consumers are increasingly seeking products that are not only stylish, but also environmentally friendly and socially responsible. Handmade beads, often crafted from locally sourced materials, fit this trend perfectly. Thus, the artisanal nature of beadwork ensures that each piece is unique, telling a story of the hands that made it and the culture it represents. This renewed interest in beadwork has also had significant economic implications. Small-scale artisans and bead makers many of whom are women, are finding new opportunities to market their products both locally and internationally. The rise of online platforms and social media has made it easier for these artisans to reach a broader audience, leading to increased sales and a more sustainable livelihood. Furthermore, the Nigerian government and non-governmental organizations have begun to recognize the potential of the bead industry as a tool for economic empowerment. Initiatives that provide training and resources to bead makers are helping preserve this craft, while also boosting the local economy. However, the resurgence of beadwork is not without its challenges. Artisans face competition from mass-produced, cheaper alternatives that flood the market. To survive, they must continually innovate and differentiate their products from these imitations. For many, this means striking a balance between preserving traditional techniques and incorporating contemporary designs. As Nigerian beadwork continues to gain recognition on the global stage, it is clear that this ancient craft is more than just a passing trend. It is a testament to the resilience and creativity of Nigerian artisans who are redefining what it means to be fashionable in today's world. It is a reminder that while fashion may evolve, the cultural significance of beads remain timeless. The resurgence of bead making in Nigeria is a powerful reflection of the country's rich cultural heritage. It is a movement that honors the past while embracing the future, proving that beads are not just ornaments, but symbols of identity, pride, and resilience.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
You need that man to make you hit orgasm. So don't play with it. We all need that man.
First of all,
yes.
Sugar, I'm going to recommend sex toys.
Before you recommend sex toys, have you had an orgasm 6 times within one sexual round? I have. So you see, when you talk about sex,
but how many men can do that?
Hold on.
How many men can do it?
It's not men. It's what you teach your man.
A podcast that trended where a man categorically said if bandits came for his wife and they sleep with her,
he's going to remarry
because the person does not care about you, your emotional well-being, your life. The person didn't marry you, but he married your body because that's all he could see. What happened to your mind? What happened to your soul? What happened to companionship?
I read science fiction. I know what the Omegaverse is. And if I ever become a billionaire someday or even a trillionaire like the man who bought my favorite platform, Twitter, I will be investing in research that can make men get pregnant.
So when men say, oh, I love independent women, do they really mean it? And at what point does independence become a threat? For generations, many relationships were built around traditional roles. Men provided, women received. But today, many more women are now financially independent, buying homes, building a career, and getting their own financial security. So the question becomes, when a woman no longer needs a man for financial stability, what is the exact reason she chooses him? Welcome to Under Her Skin. I am Sarah Owusonta, and today we're taking a look at a very interesting topic. When a woman is financially stable, she's okay, she has her life put together, what exactly does she need a man for? Right? You know that I'm not going to have this conversation alone. I cannot have this conversation alone. I have my girls with me, and I'm going to kick off with the beautiful lady in blue, just to my right. I saw her today and I was like, She has taken us to another level. We're ready for this conversation. Hello, Antoinette.
Hi, I'm so excited to be here. The topic for today is one of my favorite things to talk about. So yeah, I'm seated.
You see that energy? You're in for a ride today. You are in for a ride. I have sugar baby. Give me that sugar.
When it comes to paying bills, I'm here. That's why I'm a sugar mommy. And of course, we're here to analyze what we need men for and if we should share our money with them or we shouldn't. So get ready to be blown away.
You heard it from her. Get ready to be blown. And it's the very beautiful lady in black. I saw her and I was like, this is giving so much. Hi, Noye.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. Like she said, I love the topic because it's a new topic to talk about because we are moving from generations to a different generation now. And a lot of people kind of blur the lines when we're having this type of conversation. So yeah, and we've had a lot of men talk about things like this.
Yeah.
And that's why I want to add my 2 cents.
Yes, we're going to add more than 2 cents here. You know, just recently, a video was trending about, a particular conversation some guys and ladies were having, and the man was like, oh, most women, when they get their money, they don't take care of a man or they don't need a man. And that was one of the reasons why we decided to talk about this. When women get to a point where they have all that they need, if I'll put it that way, they're financially okay, they can pay their bills, so they don't need a man to sort that out for them. What becomes the major reason why they actually need a man?
Companion, love. Yeah.
The list goes on.
The list goes on, but it's no more financial.
Yeah.
And that's where if you've not built yourself as a man and you've not figured your insecurities out and your trauma, it bothers you a lot. There are people like that and they're all over the place. I feel like there's one that trended. It's not similar to the conversation, but there was a podcast that trended where a man categorically said if bandits came for his wife
I saw that
and they sleep with
Oh
her,
my
and
He's
I
going
was
to
just-
remarry.
Yeah, and I was just like, wow.
I saw that video.
Now, see, if it is not financial reason, why would you be married to such a person? Because the person does not care about you, your emotional well-being, your life. The person didn't marry you, but he married your body because that's all he could see. If bandits took you and they've gotten involved in your body, he does not want it anymore.
Yeah.
What happened to your mind? What happened to your soul? What happened to companionship? What happened to taking care of you and you taking care of him? All of that off because someone took your body and took advantage of it. It's not like he went and you gave it to
Willingly.
them. And so because of that, he doesn't see you as person to be with. Now, see, if it is not financial, why are you with that person?
Right, sugar baby.
Okay, so unfortunately, I'm coming from a different angle. I feel that it is broken women who feel that when you have a man, when you have money, you don't need a man. If you are not broken by a man, if you are not broken, you understand that as a woman, you deserve a man. A man he's in your life to complement you. He's in your life to be by your side, especially if you find the right man. For a while in my life, I didn't find the right men, and I was going from place to place, and it was a journey for me. I have met women, or I have friends who found the right men. I've met women who met the man they are married to for over 20 years in university. They built themselves together. They are boss ladies right now. They travel out of the country 5 times a year with their husband. They have businesses. They sing so beautifully. So I think that it's not, when people say when a woman has money, she doesn't. It's the kind of woman, it's where you're coming from. In India, women have always paid bride prices. Your parents
Some parts
gather
of
the
Ghana
money.
too.
You work hard to gather money to be with a man. Why don't they leave their men?
But you
They
said
do,
something.
actually.
You said something,
Yes.
Sugar. You said you deserve a man. That phrase "deserve." Who sets the standard that a woman deserves
the
a man?
world is, men compliment you. There's nothing we can do about it. You can't take it away.
We compliment each other.
So there is a time in the night you lie down and you just want to feel that chest. You just want to touch it. You just want to hold it. I have friends who are single mothers. I see them from time to time, and we also, so there's a joke people crack. If you have a female boss in the office and she's very cranky all the time, giving out queries all over the place, everybody says, let her get laid. If she starts to get laid, she will still do her job, but she will be calmer, she'll be nicer, she'll be more rational. It means that somewhere, your psychology, your physiology, the way you are, when you're looking at your hormones, we talked about your hormones, you're looking at how they rhyme, you need that man to make you hit orgasm. So don't play with it. We all need that man.
Antoinette.
Yes.
Antoinette has a lot to say.
We need him. Don't die because of him, but you need him. You need him.
First of all,
Yes.
Sugar, I'm going to recommend sex toys. I'm going to recommend sex toys.
Before you recommend sex toys, have you had an orgasm 6 times within one sexual round? I have. So you see, when you talk about sex,
But how many men can do that?
Hold on.
How many men can do it?
It's not men. It's what you teach your man.
Huh? I have to teach a man how to do.
So let me be realistic. I've dated men that have been 10 years younger than, 8 years younger than, and many times you have to groom them. Grooming them means when they start off, they don't know what they are doing. And then you start to teach them the basics.
You have to be a
teacher. And by the time you are done with these men, they become so good that when they go outside, women are committing suicide over them. And they will always call them,
I'm going to say it's because
there
those
are
men
things
don't
you
read.
talk
Because if you
to.
read fiction books, you know how to do the job, right?
No. Experience and friction are 2 different things.
Well, that's not true. Because what I know I read.
You have to know it first.
There's experience.
Right. What I know I read.
But let's leave experience.
Wait.
Yes.
Okay.
I want to hear from you.
From my perspective, right, I'm going to go the historical angle because we cannot talk about, because what is happening is a cultural shift. So before we go into the cultural shift, we have to know what it was like previously.
Yeah.
Marriage, relationships between a man and a woman in the past was a thing of survival. A man needed a woman to bear him children, to carry on the lineage. The woman needed a man for financial security, to have a roof over her head, and to basically feel like a woman, because back in the day, if you didn't have a man and you didn't have kids, are you even a woman? That was like what it was like. But then things have changed. It's gone to the point where women can provide for themselves. Men, there's still a disparity, like a big gap between how much a woman can earn and how much a man can earn based on the patriarchal society that we live in. But things are changing in that even though women know that it's probably a lot more financially beneficial for them to partner up with a man, they look at the dating market and they're like, nah, I'd rather be poor and single than be with whatever that is. And the reason is back in the day, when women wanted to be with men, when they wanted to be picked by men, because men were the ones doing the choosing.
So they are pick-me's?
Yeah, not necessarily pick-me's. Like, they were the ones choosing the women they wanted to be with.
Okay.
But the change in it is that the man no longer chooses. It's now the choice. That's why I loved when you said the women who, why they choose men, or if they should choose men, because we're the ones who choose now. And we are setting the standard, just like the way men set their standard in the past. Oh, she has to be beautiful. She has to be able to bear me children. She has to be willing to stay at home. She has to be able to cook. She has to be able to clean. She has to be able to manage a house. Those were the standards that they set. Now, women are coming with their own standards. And unfortunately, these men are like, wait, who gave her the audacity to give me a standard to say I have to be this, I have to be that? Women are saying, they're not even asking for too much. They're not even saying, you have to be rich and whatnot. They're saying you have to be nice to me, treat me well, care about my well-being, work with me as a partner, not as somebody who is your slave. Do not expect me to do something that you cannot do for me.
Right, so that's a partnership. They're asking for partnership.
Women are looking for partnership and companionship. It's not oh, I'm with you, you do everything for me, or you're with me, I do everything for you type of situation. They need someone to work life with them. They're already working. They're already earning money. They need someone that they can say, oh, I had a tough day today. Let's go for ice cream. Or can we travel to this country and explore their food and their culture? That's what women are craving. They're craving intimacy with men. And unfortunately, based on what has happened in history, men rarely show women intimacy.
Sorry to cut you off. It's just like anytime you hear what a man wants, you're weirded out. She does not have friends. She does not talk to people. She stays at home. She goes from work to this. She does this. She cooks. She cleans.
No social life.
No social. And you're like, who are you creating? Because this person looks scary. This person looks like someone I don't want to sit down.
This person looks non-existent.
Exactly. And you're wondering, who is this? And so because of that, it's like, okay, so I have this 20 naira. I might as well just manage this 20 naira on my own. And to be coming to stress myself with you. Now I have this mountain. I always say, I remember one time there's a guy I was toasting a friend of mine, and he told her this one time, and I looked at her and said, is this what you really want? He told her that any woman who uses washing machine to wash is not helping. And I was like, wait, is this what you really want? Because girl, I'm not walking this line with you, because if you did this one, you will not catch me near you. I'm not, because if you come back with the trauma stories, I'm just looking at you like this.
So as much as that's how it's supposed to be. Women are supposed to be able to say, no, this is not working for me. I want companionship. I want partnership.
They were not able to do it in the past,
yes.
but they're doing that now.
But sadly, we still have some cases where women find themselves in that same situation. I'll give you a very practical, something is trending at the moment. There's this movie that is currently trending titled The Polygamist, and it has generated a lot of reactions. I'm currently seeing it. And this is a woman that is now very comfortable. She can get the life that she deserves. In fact, she has everything that she needs, everything that she desires. But she's with a man that constantly emotionally abuses her. He did it to the point that she had to tell him to marry a second wife because she was ready to she just could not lose him, you know. And it got so bad. And you'll find out that today there's still some women that are like that. They would rather we die here, regardless of whatever.
Picture. Some of them, they have a picture. They want everybody to look at them like. Let's not ignore that fact. They want you to see them as that woman with the loving husband, the beautiful children.
Even with the emotional trauma.
As long as you are not seeing that, they would keep it to themselves. There's this is what they call keeping up with the Jonas. You want everybody to think you're living that white picket fence life. You know you're not. But do they know that you're looking at her on Instagram, you're like, oh my goodness, I wish I had your... Oh, you know what? Let me even bring myself into this. I remember there was this lady. It's unfortunate she has passed. I remember when it was her birthday, it trended on social media. Her husband got her a Rolex. Like, she was living it up. And I was like, oh my goodness. Oh. Just for like a year or two later, the videos of her husband really beating the life out of her. And I was like, you see, I didn't see this one.
Be careful what
I saw this
Sugar.
one.
Sugar has so much to say.
No, so me, I come from a point that there are some women that they are not okay mentally. They want this. I remember years ago, a friend of mine was dating somebody who, when they are having sex, she wants him to hit her.
You mean BDSM?
Hold on, no, wait, calm down. And you know, sometimes they are eating and she'll be like, pour water on my face.
And that one,
why is the food okay?
Life.
So, you know, it's not yabba. There are women that have always been like this. Our mothers' generations, our grandmothers' generations. So there are some people that love to be abused. It comes with them naturally.
Sugar, I don't think there's anybody that loves
I'm telling you, so you have colleagues, for example, who, when the office is peaceful, you have a good boss, everything is going well, you do your job, they're not happy. They're like, they're like, why? It's in their DNA. No, I'm going to tell you, it's not because you have siblings. You grew up with certain siblings. And some of you came from peaceful families, mother, father, children, okay. But you have this sibling that if they are not lying and people be asking, are you sure this is your sister? Are you sure this is not your step? So let me give you an instance. I had a friend who they grew up, mother, father, everybody okay. The younger sister was always pulling out stuff. And one day the husband comes into town, maybe from Abuja to Lagos, and she calls the husband around 3 a.m. that she was attacked in a club. That can she come to his hotel to come and stay? What are you, a fully big booty babe, going to do in your sister's husband's hotel room by 3 a.m. and she's there, and of course she goes to have a bath and says she has to sleep with a towel on the bed, and you know she starts to shift her body to the guy, and the guy has to leave the room at that time of the night. There are women who like drama. Let's leave those women aside. Let's come back to the fact that from our mother's generation, there were women who were independent. My grandmother was a Bini woman. After she married my grandfather, she got him another wife and she moved and she built a house. She got him. She said, look, take another babe. Fuck it for him. She brought the girl that used to assist her in the store. She's from the village. Do you like him? Go there. That one never left the house. There were other women who came and who went. That one stayed. That means that one wants to stay. Now that you're talking about, there are women I know who would rather pick money. They will want a man that is rich. I see medical doctors who will marry a boy that is a Yahoo boy that didn't finish secondary school. Because of money, they will kneel down. The guy will treat them badly, beat them, push them down the staircase. They will tell you it is love. So when this conversation, there's something I want to bring out of this. Yeah. Let's say some women, you were talking about women want to be loved. No, it's not all women. Some women don't want to be loved. Some women want to be beaten. Some women want to cook. And they want you to tell them, because I've met women like that. My mom,
that is trauma, Sugar.
No, it's not a therapist.
Wakes up and chooses that.
When you must understand, this is who you are. Same way, there are some men who want that same treatment. They want a woman that is nasty. They want a woman that talks to them.
Something definitely has contributed to that. Nobody wakes up and just decides
this is
to
the challenge with all of us in society. We like to say, oh, something. People are made like that. I grew up as a talker. Hold on. I grew up like a talker. I wanted to be the center of attention. There are some people who just want to sit in a quiet corner and don't get any attention, even when they deserve it. So you must understand that we women and men, some women, this is what they want. So when we box those people, the people who want to be treated nicely, the people who want to be stupid, the people once they have money, they want to show, oh, I don't need a man. I want to make sure my husband is humiliated. And the women who, when they have all the money in the world, they tell their husband, take the Benz, drive it. I'll drive the Toyota because you are my man, you are my head, you are my crown. So you must differentiate different women, what they want, and also respect what they want. But from this conversation, you must understand, don't box them in respect.
It's not about...
Yes. I have a friend who is married to her husband. She's a CEO. Her husband is a CEO. She said the first time that the husband had a conversation with her that, I only eat fresh food. She said, he doesn't eat fresh food anymore. I have another friend who is a teacher, and her husband is less than her. And the husband told her he only eats fresh food. And she finishes and she rushes home to do fresh food.
That's the choice.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you. There are different kinds of women. There are women who want to be boxed. They love it. They want a man that controls them. They want to be like the dog, back the back. There are women, once you say back, you have put up something with them. For now, there's nothing wrong with any of these women. That's who they are. Embrace it. Love it.
I don't agree.
No, that's it. No! Because of who you are. Somebody may feel that there's something wrong with you, that every time a man says shut up, you feel there's an issue.
Why would you tell me shut up?
Why would you tell me to
But
shut
there are
up?
other women who come from a school of thoughts like my mother, that when a man says shut up, hold on. When a man says shut up, you tell him shut up back. You must be mad. So, everybody...
Because you have to be mad.
Because everybody is different. But there are some women that once a man says shut up, their psyche just says, oh, he has said shut up.
It's a trauma response.
That's it.
It has to be a trauma response.
My comment from this is everything does not have to be a trauma response. So two women work in an office.
Okay,
Wait. Maybe it's not a trauma response. That is what
that's who they are.
No, that is probably what they saw growing up. That is what they were
some
taught.
People do
in that space.
No, there's some people that were generally taught that
there's some people that were taught that you are not allowed to speak. Your voice doesn't matter. Even in families, as a female child, there are sometimes your parents will tell you when your brother speaks, you are not. Your brother has the final say. You can't say anything.
I remember
and
when
it
I
grows
was
that
in
way.
uni, I was surprised to meet this girl. They are 5 in their family. They have just one brother, and the brother is the second born. The first sister was very brilliant. She was in Medilac. She was so good that her she got to a point where her professor was willing to sign for her to go outside the country to continue her studies. That's how sharp she was. The father wasn't willing to sign that. He just like, oh, you finished school, just go and get married and go away. That's it. That was his. The lecturer was like, bro, if you're that hungry, I would sign. The mother had to save up money for her flight. The father would give the girls, like, this man was a man that had shops in Alaba. He would give his daughter like 20K. Someone that has a shop in Alaba, his son had a car in Unilag. That boy came from Convener University because he failed that bad. And he couldn't stay there, so they had to bring him to Unilag. And he wasn't even still doing well in Unilag. But the father would rather keep putting money. Anyway, if you don't, Unilag is not enough, let's go somewhere else.
Work.
But for the girls, take your 20K, take your 15K for school fees, figure your life.
But I have a cousin.
That was how he taught his girls. Now, see, imagine if those girls didn't live in the family where they were all talking to each other like, bro, this don't make sense. This is not making sense. And they were not like trying to get themselves out of that situation. Imagine how their psyche will be. If a man came and told them roll over before,
they would do it 10,000 times.
Because that was what they were taught. They grew up in that space. People like me and you are like, wow, so this exists.
Like this actually exists.
Exactly. So you can never blame such a lady if she comes out and the man tells her shut up and she's like, because that's what she saw.
Yeah.
But that's not who she is. It takes her time to be around
To
people,
rediscover
herself. There are women in their 50s that change after divorce. All of a sudden they cut their hair, they have red hair, and they're like,
I'm just living my life.
Exactly, because they have been through it, and they're like, okay, this didn't make sense. There's this testimony of a woman that keeps talking. I keep coming across the boy. It's too much for me to watch. But she says she did a lot to be with her husband, and her husband will still disrespect her. If that person ever leaves such marriage, do you think she would look at the man and the man will tell her shut up and she'll be like, oh yeah, let me shut up? No. It's because she has been through it. It takes someone to go through hell sometimes to understand the other side is actually greener. So lonely, being alone. I'm not saying it is an option you should pick.
Yeah.
But if it is going to cost you your mental health,
Please
what are
pick
you
it.
doing?
But are we really alone, I totally agree with you. But there are some women
build their own community.
But there are some women who want to do that. So you talked about somebody that father stopped her. I had a cousin who had a first class in physics, and she got a scholarship abroad to MIT. And she said she wanted to marry. Her parents begged her. Even the guy she wanted to marry, his parents called her that, babe, this is a one-time opportunity. She said if she no marry, she no go rest. All of us wanted to kill ourselves. We're looking at her. We didn't have those brains, but she had it. So there are some women and it's not her parents, it is her. She feels after university, that's how she wrote her life. When I graduate after 4 years, I marry. I stay in my husband's house. She's probably ready to give her husband a salary. So that is her as a person.
Yes, and
is that me?
Nah. I'm just saying that if that plan turned out the other way, and then start Pastor Christina Baturi, I might be wrong with her name.
Pastor Christy Baturi.
Yes. If you listen to her story, she changed. She was willing to accept her son and the husband's outside child, but it got to a point she was
couldn't
like,
take it
she
anymore.
couldn't take it again. So if that thing turned out negative for her, she'll be with us here. But it's because probably she married someone that loved her and everything blossomed. I don't know the ministry. I'm just saying my own side. And everything blossomed. So that's why she's like, okay, you know what? This was a good opportunity. But if the man went and brought outside baby 1, outside baby 2, she'll start thinking that, oh, this physics, so I know for user.
Right. But you know, we're talking about women having their own money. And a lot of men, I've been with somebody that said, oh, I love independent women.
they do.
I love independent. You know, I love when my woman can say, I want to buy this, and she goes ahead to buy it. And then I at the time, it was earning about 50,000 naira higher than I was. And then I got promoted at work where I was working, and it came with an official car. It came with an apartment.
Why did you do that?
And then the problem, he had a car, but then the problem started because I don't need to call you to
Come and pick
drop
me up.
me off somewhere. Fine, he taught me how to drive, and then I became very comfortable. So most times I go out myself, I don't need to tell you. And then the issue started. And it started feeling like, oh, is it because you now earn this?
That's an insecure man.
So when men say, oh, I love independent women, do they really mean it? And at what point does independence become a threat to a man? Because I believe every man should want to see their partner progress, vice versa, right? But at what point does independence start feeling like a threat?
I genuinely feel like money changes everybody.
Yeah.
Whether you're a man, whether you're a woman. If you have 100K more, 200, a million, you will change. It changes the way you think. It changes the way you carry yourself.
Yeah.
It changes the way you see yourself. Whether you're a man or you're a woman, this one is not a gender thing. It's because then once you start making big decisions for yourself, oh, I want to move from here to here,
and then
you do it. It changes who you are. You get overly confident in yourself. And if someone does not know how to manage their confidence, and you've not even found your own confidence, if both of you meet, there will always a catastrophic end. It's just what it is. Whether it's a man, whether it's a woman.
It is what it is.
That man that had a couple of naira and hit it big and moved to Ikoyi, and now he don't talk to people in his neighborhood anymore. We all know that person. Why is there no problem with that man? We all know that person that started YouTube or started content creation. Now all of a sudden they're like, oh, I went to an aesthetically pleasing place. Girl, where were you going to be?
Do you understand
well, it changes people. Yeah. I feel like no matter what it is, you just always have to have it at the back of your mind. Celebrate everybody's blessing, and just keep it pushing. If you see something you're not comfortable with, speak about it. If the person doesn't want to change, then you two carry yourself and move to your. It just means that at this point,
you love him.
Well,
you love him.
It just feels like.
But does he love you?
Exactly.
He loves you, but he still wants you to be able to submit because he feels like when you have so much money, submission becomes the problem.
Now that we are on the topic of submission, men are naturally supposed to submit to a woman.
Okay, so explain why. Yes,
they submit to themselves fairly well, so I think they do submit in a lot.
Oh, they will quote the Bible to you, my darling.
Who wrote the Bible?
Who wrote the Bible?
Exactly. Let's
Who wrote the Bible?
We don't.
Was there a woman in the room?
But they will tell you based on biblical terms, history. A woman is to submit while a man is to love. But guess what? It works hand in hand.
Well, I love whenever anybody throws religion because I start to ask you what's the basis of the relationship at first. Did we kick off on a very religious note? Because if we did, then let's clock on there. Let's clock there. But if we were just willy-nilly doing what we were doing, then why are you choosing now? Why are we going back to religion? That's my own. All of a sudden now, religion is...
You said men should submit to women.
Yeah, basically, my idea of a relationship is both should submit to each other because it's supposed to be a partnership. But any man that thinks that I, as a woman, should submit to him, you do it first. When you do it, I'll reciprocate.
How you lead it?
So sometimes I always tell people like, who are you meeting? Who are you running into? There's a thin line of jealousy and envy. And when you are dating somebody, I've found out even your colleagues, your friends, when you pick your friends, you need to be very conscious that they are not very jealous people.
True.
So I have this girlfriend that she's very pretty. She's the kind of person that she walks into this building, everybody talks. And so she found out over the years she had problems with friends because friends are jealous. And then we became very good friends. And she noticed I'm never jealous. If I'm excited, when we go to supermarkets and men are coming, I'm like, her name is this. If you want a number, buy us food. And so we became good friends. I was never setting her up. I was never having issues with her because I never had jealousy myself. Now, as much as men can be very jealous, there are women who are jealous too. I remember there was a time my mechanic, the wife would, when he's sleeping at night, she would take his number and be calling anybody she suspects is female.
She would just kill herself.
She would be calling,
blood
don't
pressure.
call my husband again. One day she called, I say, I'm very stupid. I'm the one that is feeding you and your family. If I don't call your husband again to come and service my car, how will... And I told her, I said, not the service you are thinking about, the real service. And so there are women who have ruined their husband's lives with jealousy. There are men too who have ruined their wives' lives with jealousy. But of course, because men are more aggressive by nature, they are a little more dominant. Before you say a woman walk into this building and slap 5 people, people will be like, what's wrong with you? She's going to scream more than be physical. Men are more likely to walk into this building and be physical. I used to have a former colleague whose husband would come. It's a media space, so sometimes we are editing at night. She was the producer. She was in charge of a lot. So she had to be on deck. Now, this woman was a bit, on the fat side. So she's not even very attractive. People in the office are like, it's fine, babe, because she no package. But the husband was so jealous. He would turn up into the office. She would wear long things so that she doesn't look attractive. She wouldn't do her hair. She wouldn't do makeup so that the man would feel good. But he will still come into the office, fight the editors, fight the cameramen, any man that is calling her in the night. Maybe you are saying, Ma, we just got back from a production. Why are you calling a married woman by 9 o'clock to tell her you just got back from a production? So we saw her go through phases of depression. It got to a state that, thank God my MD then was a woman. She had to call the man and tell him that, look, you need to make up your mind. Something is definitely wrong with you. Now, there are also partners. We also had colleagues who had partners who were men, who would come into the office and say, oh, my wife is out by 11. I know she's covering something. I'm with the children. So when you are getting married, when it comes to money, especially when you know that you have a star and you are somebody that you're going to shine, you're going to do well as a doctor, a lawyer, a presenter, a broadcaster, you need to make sure you are careful the man you pick. One, he must not be jealous. If he's jealous, he's going to show you, he's going to shout submit. I know men who don't care. I have a friend that she's the one that drives her husband's GLD. The husband sometimes will take boss. He'll be like, she's my princess. Those are my children. But I know men who will let their wives trek. If I have a friend that her boyfriend made her trek around Lagos. I was driving the car. Parents drove.
Sugar, let's see. Oh, that's a friend. Those people boys.
He was driving it.
And she was walking.
She was trekking, but the whole time she had bike accidents. It's when her father heard
my father's
that
car.
she had bike accidents. The father said, "Jenny, you're out of where?" Say, "Who is he with?" Say, "He's with." That's when the father sent police to go and get his daughter's car.
As it should be.
Because how can my dad get a car for me and then I decide to give it to you? I now give you as my boyfriend, and you're cruising in town, probably looking at one or two chicks, and I'm walking.
They were not married.
Boyfriend.
Fiancé.
To work on their confidence.
He was his fiancé. I'm going to marry you. I'm going to marry you.
Right.
And she's rich. He's poor. So what was he doing? They said she was stigmatized. I totally agree with that. Because that is the only thing that will make a woman drop the key of her car. I'll be talking about the
Coming to that,
it cannot be that good.
Coming to that, I have a friend that she's not wealthy.
Okay.
She's comfortable. Right. And she's not a young person. Right. And she's been dating this guy for a while now. He's younger than her. And every time she comes and she complains, oh, he doesn't do this, he doesn't provide. Even when it comes to my place, I'm the one that will buy water. I'm the one that will buy this. And I tell her every time, why are you still in the relationship? Because you are about 7 to 8 years older than this guy. And she says, oh, the sex is great.
Okay.
Yes. And it got so bad that I wasn't home one day and my flatmate called me that there's a problem. Like, what's going on? They're fighting.
Auntie
They've
wants to
scattered
call.
things in the house. They have broken this. And guess what? He slept in the house that night.
Yes, because she wants to come.
After the fight. So it feels like a lot of women would take the bullshit, take everything simply
Can we
because...
just like, it's like what I said last time. I said I genuinely understand that you can't save everybody.
Yep.
And so when I meet people like that, I let you mean. Go ahead. Because you need, whatever is wrong with you need to figure it out. Because if it is this sex, I don't understand. Me, I like to say, I like to compartmentalize things. You are for this. So as long as this is what you're bringing, it's okay.
Provided.
Exactly. And I'm not going to ask you for anything more than what it is. So if it is they could do it, that's all. If you like, go up, go down, you can
stigmatize me.
That's it there. I'm not expecting you to provide. I'm not expecting you to protect. I don't want to show you to people.
You just glass it.
Exactly.
Wow.
Just come to the house.
So when there's one for money too, that's what you're providing. When there's one for emotional support, just segment them.
Yeah, and if this is not what I want to do, I stay in my own corner.
That's a proper roster.
I feel like it's, to me, it just messes my brain when I'm expecting you to do something.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. Yeah.
It messes my brain up. So I'd rather just leave.
But she also feels like if we're having sex, the sex is good,
you should,
right? Then you should be able to drop one or two things. I can't just give you good sex. You're giving me good sex. Apparently, according to her, his sex with him is very...
It's a master.
But like, what
she should enjoy
But she still wants him to be able to sacrifice certain things because of the...
Sometimes
she's being delusional because sometimes
that is the only good thing.
Because sometimes people like that know that they are good at that, so they feel like why should they give her? She should worship him. Exactly. So she's not ready yet.
Right.
When she's ready, she will get up.
Right. but you know, the social media space has created a lot of confusion, debate, argument about this conversation. It's not starting to feel like a competition. Who needs more? Is it the man or the woman? Who deserves more? Who has more power? Who benefits more? Who does this? Who does that? And you start to ask yourself, in this age that we're in, has relationship become more of a competition rather than a partnership?
I just feel like a lot of people are not listening to each other. Like we women are screaming, we want this, we want that. And the men too are screaming, they want this, they want that. And at this, nobody's actually listening to what the problem is. That's how I see everything. Because I genuinely feel like men want what their dads want. Women want more.
They don't want to be their mom.
They don't want to be their mom. They want something else. So in that space, everybody needs to see that and say, okay, so what do I actually want? Do I actually want what my dad got? So if that's what I want, then maybe I'll be leaving the baddies alone. Let's leave them alone. Let them go and figure out who they want. And if you're a woman and you want a traditional man, you have to understand that there's some things you're going to have to let go. It's just what it is. If you don't want to play the game, just stand aside.
So I come from the school of thought that I feel that social media has done more harm than good to relationships because a lot of people are moved by what they read, what they see. So there's this very fantastic woman who everybody loves, but who I feel she's ridiculous. She's a very good writer. She doesn't live in Nigeria, and she's a feminist. And then she said something about you should never kneel down for your man. And a lot of girls on social media were excited. She's Igbo. And then she got married to a white man. Bam! And she got married to a white man. Well, when you marry a white man, you don't need to kneel down for him. But look at me, if I decide to marry...
What's the difference between a white man and a black man?
There's a difference. It's tradition.
Yeah,
if I now decide to marry the Oba of Lagos son, I will now say that on the wedding day,
You will not kneel down.
No, but I feel like... I'm coming. Wait for it. I'm with you. Or I'm staying in the family house, and then his mother, I want to present food to her. I will not kneel down. It's tradition. It's something that comes. If you do not want that person, then we'll marry a white person. Now you are married to a white man. You're online instigating young girls and encouraging them that as a feminist, you shouldn't kneel down when you are serving your traditional drink, that you should stand. There's another one too who keeps saying she's never going to change her name because her name...
My name.
Well done. Her name and whatever. Very good for you. At a stage, I think, I don't know how wrong I am. Awolowo was one of them. I think when he lost his son, his only son, who was a lawyer, he told his first daughter told him that I know how much this name means to you. And she had an agreement with her husband that she will keep her father's name. And if they have 4 children, 2 of the children will keep 2 brilliant people that married themselves. They don't have problem. Now, you that you live the mushi all your life, your papa no get anything, your mama no get, tech, greedy anywhere. You now wake up one morning, one stupid person that doesn't have sense is saying on social media she's not going to change her name. And you are married to a chief's son or a traditional man who feels that his children are his lineage. Then you now start causing trouble in your house. I have a friend who is a doctor. She never changed her name from her father's name. Husband doesn't care. When they are traveling out, when people say they would not give passport, it's a lie. At the US Embassy, they tell you, you want to stick with your name, they stamped it. They say your kids, they stamp it. And so it's you and the person. Marry an intelligent person. Marry somebody that has sense. Don't go on social media. Before I marry you, I tell you, babe, are you fine with me keeping my father's name? If you are not fine with it, move away from the marriage. Why will you not marry? 3 months down the line, you now tell the man that I am not keeping... I'm not going to keep your father. I'm not going to change my name. I'm an independent woman. I'm working with this. That's stupidity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
See,
I agree with
some of what she said, but I'm a huge fan of Chimamanda, so please, I want to say what she says. It is like me if I go on Twitter or TikTok or anywhere. I'm going to speak from my own point of view. Exactly. I'm going to speak about what I believe in. I believe women can wear trousers. You see me wearing trousers. Do I expect you that goes to a highly religious church to now say, I want to wear trousers as if you go to church?
But do you know that based on the kind of fan base or people that you have, what you say can influence them to a very large extent? I feel like there are so many people on social media that have come out. There's also a very popular lady. She came out to talk about how she's not going to get married. She doesn't need marriage. Guess what?
Auntie married.
And she had a large fan base of ladies that were saying,
that broke up their relationship.
This person said will not do it.
And
then she came up.
You're slow, and that is your problem.
That is why you have to be careful the kind of things that you say.
People are quite gullible. She said, I will not get married. She didn't say you shouldn't.
No, don't forget when she said it.
There was reasons why they believe that they will not do it, and others should follow their steps. And she came out again to say she was going to freeze her eggs. And guess what? Ladies started coming out to say, I'm going to freeze my eggs. I don't need my eggs. I'm going to freeze my eggs.
See, that means if the wind is blowing left, to be blowing left.
Exactly.
If the wind is blowing right, to be blowing right. And that doesn't mean that it is I that is your problem. That is you that is your problem.
Unfortunately,
you have decided not to fix what is wrong with you.
If you have that much,
that's how I see it. You have chosen not to
I
fix
believe
what is
that
wrong
if
with
you have,
and that is why you just follow any trend.
So I'm of the opinion that if you have a strong social media fan base, you have to be very intentional and cautious about the kind of content, the kind of things that you put out there. Because they call themselves community. They say, you are my community. What do you do in a community? You follow your leader, right?
Some of us are Christians here. Is it everything the Bible preaches you do?
90% of people.
No, wait, hold on. Are you talking about the Bible or the pastor?
Can you hold on?
Of course, you feel sorry. You have to pick what works for you.
No,
How can't you feel
But you know how many people...
Sorry, can I say something? something. There is a church that almost scattered, a very big church. I don't want to call names. The pastor said when your spouse dies, you don't marry. As a woman, you are Jesus' bride. As a man, you are God's bride. In fact, when you don't have children, even when your spouse died at 20, 30, they give you children from less privileged people to take care of. The pastor's wife died. In less than a year, he got married. It scattered the church. The church had to revolutionize themselves. A friend of mine, his mom and her sister did not talk for 25 years because of that. The mother's sister lost her husband at 32, and the mother kept begging her, remarry. She said no, she's Jesus' bride. It's when the pastor's wife died that the man married a year later. The mother's sister came to the house and was crying that, sister me, you were right all along, because that was what the mother was fighting. So when you have influence, and you talk on air, on social media, you need to be careful. People will follow you.
Now, Nonye, you mentioned about pastor. Is it everything your pastor says that you follow? Look at it. There are so many people that these days, if their pastor says, come, I'm going to use soda to press your breast or to wash your private, out of 1,000 congregants, right, about 999 will go. It's just 1% that will sit down and say, okay, what this is saying.
And that is what I'm saying. If you want to be a follower, you also have to fix what is wrong with you.
And if you are a leader, you have to be intentional.
You have to be intentional. That is
for
why
leaders.
I said, I don't, like she, not I, but like the person she was talking about said, this thing, I will not kneel for my own side.
And she didn't
And she didn't. What did she do? She went to marry a white man. So if you want to listen to that, find yourself a white man.
Exactly.
Don't go to Mushin like she said.
Period.
Are you okay? You're being ridiculous. Then if you want to follow Babatu. Oh my God. You pick and choose what you want to follow. Then you now say, oh, because she said she's going to freeze her eggs. Oh, do you have the money to freeze them? Please,
I don't.
So, I don't, if anybody's telling you anything, you see that and you analyze. How does this affect me?
Your mates are some hotels. It's 250 per night, 300. You make the
Where
money.
did I go? Talking like that on social media. Okay, maybe I should jack my bag and be going because that's what I want to do. That's ridiculous. Please, whatever anybody says to that, I feel very irritated because are you that slow?
No, but if you look at
Words are, I am a communicator, right? So I know that words are important. It's a different thing when an influencer gets on the internet and says, I'm doing this, so all of you should do it too, than saying, I am doing this because I feel like this is what I am comfortable with. And then people feel like, oh, maybe I would love to try this and emulate it. At the point where another person sees something on social media and decides to emulate it on their own, responsibility has left whoever said that thing. So while it is like outrageous that people can get on the internet and say certain things, they have platforms that you feel like, oh, because you have a platform, you can't say this, you can't say that. The main reason they have that platform is because people want to know about that person's life, how they live, because they probably see that person as a role model, they want to emulate something about them. Now, emulating every single thing somebody says into your own life means you have a problem, because it's just like, oh, you read a book about murdering people, and because of that, you became a serial killer and you start killing people. So who is responsible? Is it the author that wrote the book, or you, serial killer character, or you who decided to do what was described in the book?
Like the whole big pandemic. Do you know how many doctors have come out to say, oh, that is wrong, don't do this, it is a this percent surgery, it is a that percent surgery.
And people will still pay the doctors.
Tomorrow, once a BBL bandit shows up, another girl is saying, oh, let me go pay for my own BBL. So are we going to be blaming
for that? I would say no. Growing up, no, let me tell you. So why are people in this generation obsessed with BBL? Wait,
we're talking about BBLs
hold on,
now?
wait, before we go there. During the time, some years ago, about 15 years ago, there were shows that were very intentional about encouraging body enhancement. Doctor, want something, yes, and you watched them, they were in your face.
So while we're still talking about influencers and people being followers and using everything, there's a girl that has been a target by the Alpha Male podcast guys. We call her the girl with the list, but I think her name is Abigail something. She's writing a book currently. And the reason she got that, she started a list of reasons why she
will not be having kids.
So anytime any woman comes
out and say, "Oh, this symptom happened to me while I was pregnant,"
she adds
I had sepsis.
Yeah,
I lost my leg. So she just.
I went blind. I went deaf. So she
feels like she brings it from my head, like
from experiences of women.
Yeah. Whenever a woman comes up and says, "Oh, this thing happened to me," because the thing is, women's health are heavily under research. Nobody really knows what side effects can come with pregnancy. So that's why she started the series. And when she started making like facial videos and she's like, "Oh, these are reasons why I'm not having kids." She said it herself, right? And then there are people in her comment section that are like, "Oh, this happened to me too." Like, these are the women that are talking, are not just women who are single and not wanting to have kids. There are women who may have gone through it and are sharing their experiences. It kind of a way, the whole idea was, if you want to have kids, you should know that these are the possible things that can happen to you. They might say, "Oh, bringing a child to life is a good thing," and all of that. But these are the things that they're not telling you. We're going to tell you that this is how it is. So if you are okay with that life, go ahead with it. So now the alpha male bros have been foaming at the mouth saying that she is discouraging women from having children. And they're blaming it on her. But she never said women shouldn't have children. All she said is, if you want to have kids, know that this is what is going to happen. And they're like, "Oh, she's fear-mongering. She's doing this, she's doing that." But we still have one of the highest mortality rates for pregnant women in the world right now. So she's not lying. And basically, what gets me the most is the people who are upset over this can't even have kids. And that's why I'm going to say this on camera right now. I've said this like off-air multiple times. I'm going to say this on camera. I read science fiction. I know what the Omegaverse is. And if I ever become a billionaire someday, or even a trillionaire like the man who bought my favorite platform, Twitter, I will be investing in research that can make men get pregnant. I rest my case.
I would love to see. I've seen videos on TikTok about
why don't you
share?
I'm very passionate about
they have male partners
over 6 years ago they
gotten pregnant, have kids.
If you see, send it to me.
I don't know. I didn't go into it, but I've seen videos and pictures of pregnant men.
If there are actual men, please, if you're watching this, please comment. If there are active scenarios where actual men have gotten pregnant, I'm heavily interested. I want to be invested in whatever's going on. So, I need that.
Sorry, before we run it, I need to say something. Now, another reason why you need to be careful with social media is there are some women. So years ago, I was at a hospital and there was this very pretty lady who came in. And apparently she doesn't have a womb. She was born without one. There are women who have medical deformities, and from 12, 13, 14, they tell them you can't have children. Now, some of these people are on social media encouraging you not to have kids. I'm just telling you. And so they become your role model. And then they teach you not to have kids. They encourage you not to have kids.
And they won't tell you they already have a background
have a biological challenge. And so with time, and also one other thing I always tell people, especially younger people, is keep an open mind, because you may not want something 5 years from now. 10 years from now, you may want it. There's this very popular model who I don't want to call her name. She had said it. She was never going to have kids. She hit 49. 48, and she started to spend money on research to work on her body, and now she has kids. So you see, sometimes when you're younger, now imagine somebody who is now poor, who is not half as rich as she is, who when she was fertile between her 30 to 35, 40, who followed through and said, "Oh, we ain't gonna have kids," because she had followers at that point.
And then she sees her having kids.
And then she having kids. And you can afford kids. That's social media.
For people to work as a person to understand that people are speaking from their own convictions. So if you are speaking from their own life. So if you don't want to have children, or if you want to have children, you should ask you. That's why you might be also, why do I not want this? Or why do I want this? What am I doing here? What is she saying? Does it impact me? Do I see myself in this person? And when you're doing that, I mean financially too. It's not just body-wise. Do I see myself in this person? Can I afford the lifestyle she's talking? Because if you can't afford Naomi Campbell's lifestyle, and you want to think and act like Naomi Campbell, you're highly delusional now.
Right, very delusional. That just goes to say that whatever you see on social media, filter it.
Leave it.
Don't just take it hook, line, and sinker without actually understanding. You know, we have to start wrapping up the conversation right now. But very quickly, I would just like to ask, Antoniette, what is that one thing you feel women have misunderstood about independence over the years?
Well, see, the thing is, I don't know. When I hear the word independence, maybe because we live in a country that doesn't appear to be so independent, it triggers me because, like, are people really independent? You know that saying, no man is an island. I don't think even women are independent because women have community. They have friends that they can go to. They have partners, maybe business partners. Some of them, if their parents are still alive, they can still talk to their parents. They have support systems. So I don't think anybody is really truly independent. So when they say an independent woman, like, she just doesn't rely on a man for financial needs, that doesn't change the fact that she's a woman. So I think we need to get to a point as a society where we admit that one person being financially dependent on another person does not make the person less and also doesn't make the person more.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Sugar Baby, do you believe money actually makes relationships easier or more complicated?
Also, I know that money makes relationships easier. It makes it smooth. Recently, there was a trend of somebody who was giving birth and her husband could not afford 250,000 naira for her CS and she died. And so you are going to come from the fact that when you have money, I had a friend who had to save for 3 years to have fibroid surgery of 800,000 or 700,000. And there are people that they don't even cut you anymore because they just go with the stereoscopy, go and use laser, bring it out, and before you know, you're fine. So when you have money, money is an enhancer. Money makes life easy. Now, like I say, character, you always have to find out the character of somebody. If somebody is proud and they have money, they will be worse. If somebody is nasty and they get some money, they will be worse. Somebody is a bully, naturally, and they have money more than you, and you're in a relationship with them, you are going to lick their feet. So find out about the person you want to be with before the character, before you jump in.
Right, interesting one. Nonye, if money is removed from the equation, what is that one valuable thing that women should look out for? Just one in a partner, take out the money.
A kind person. A genuinely, not performance kind. Not, I want everybody to think I'm kind, so I'm nice to everybody. A kind person. When the doors are closed, when you're vulnerable, like you said, when you are having fibroid surgery, you just had a baby, even when you're going through your period, how nursing carries you, manages your emotions. You can't buy that anywhere.
Right.
As I always say, I remember a friend of mine that told me the story, and I could not shake off that human being. And this man, she did an after pill. She took an after pill, and this person couldn't really call her to say, what's up? Like that.
Are you okay?
That what's up? You haven't going far. I just said, what's up? That's it.
Right.
And he couldn't. So kindness.
Is very, very important. You've heard it from my beautiful ladies. We've had a very interesting conversation around this. Do women still need men if they can provide for themselves? And we've been able to touch on different angles. So away from the money, marry a kind, intentional, and loving partner. Thank you so much for watching Under Her Skin. It's been an amazing time. Do not forget to follow us across all of our social media platforms at SOUQ Digital. Till we come your way next time, I am Sarah Osansa. Bye-bye.
Skincare from the inside out. Because beautiful skin isn't just about what you put on, it's about how you care for your whole body. Hello, my name is Emmanuel Olise, and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Let's talk about something that is seen every day in the clinic. People investing in expensive skincare products but overlooking one major factor: internal health. The truth is, your skin reflects what's going on inside your body. As a medical personnel, I can tell you that achieving clear, radiant skin starts far beneath the surface. Number one, nutrition matters more than you think. Your skin is your largest organ, and like every organ, it needs the right nutrients to thrive. Eat foods rich in antioxidants like berries, spinach, and green tea to help fight free radical damage. Include omega-3 fatty acids from fish and walnuts to reduce inflammation and keep your skin barrier strong. Limit refined sugars and processed foods, which can trigger acne and accelerate aging through a process called glycation. 2. Hydration is skin deep. When your body is dehydrated, your skin looks dull, dry, and tired. Drink at least 2 to 3 liters of water daily and eat hydrating foods like cucumbers, oranges, and watermelon. Pro tips: if your lips are constantly dry or your inner under eyes are creased, it may be a hydration issue, not just a skincare one. 3. Prioritize quality sleep. While you sleep, your skin goes into repair mode, producing collagen, regenerating cells, and balancing oil levels. Aim for 7 to 9 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Poor sleep increases cortisol level, which can lead to breakouts, sensitivity, and early aging. 4. Watch your stress levels. High stress equals to high cortisol. Cortisol triggers oil production, inflammation, and skin flare-ups like acne, eczema, and psoriasis. Practice daily stress relief breathing exercises. Short walks, journaling, or digital detoxes can all help calm both mind and skin. 5. Support your gut health, because the gut-skin connection is real. An unhealthy gut can lead to inflammation that shows up on your skin as acne or dullness. Add probiotics. You get your probiotics from your yogurt or supplements, and prebiotics from garlic, onions, and oats to nourish your microbiome. Bonus: skincare products still matter, but they work best on a healthy foundation. Yes, your cleansers, moisturizers, and SPF are important, but they can't fix what poor diet, dehydration, or stress are damaging from the inside. In summary, if you want healthy, glowing skin, treat it like a system, not just a surface. Nourish your body, sleep well, stay hydrated, manage your stress, and then invest in a good skincare routine. Beautiful skin is a lifestyle, not just a product. I'm Emmanuel Elise, and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Remember, your skin listens to everything your body tells it. So let's speak health from the inside out.
Health remains one of life's greatest assets. Without it, productivity slows, dreams fade, and families struggle under the weight of medical bills. In a city as dynamic as Lagos State, access to affordable healthcare has become more than a social need. It is an economic necessity. That is why the Lagos State Health Management Agency, LASHMA, says it is taking the bull by the horns, driving compulsory health insurance, widening access, and pushing reforms designed to ensure that no resident is left behind. Present at the event were the Permanent Secretary, Lagos State Health Management Agency, LASHMA, Dr. Emanuela Zamba, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Information and Strategy, and Chief Host, Olanrewaju Bajulaye, the Vice Chancellor of Lagos State University, Professor Ibiyemi Olatunji Bello, ably represented, officials from the education and health sectors, media professionals, partner organizations, including the International Society of Media and Public Health, as well as students and parents, all gathered for the quarterly engagement aimed at reviewing progress and strengthening public awareness. According to the report compiled by Praise Matthias, the program opened with the national anthem, followed by a welcome address that set the tone for a day focused on healthcare access, youth engagement, and accountability. Bajulaye commended students who participated in the Ilera Eko essay competition and praised parents for raising future leaders.
Let me welcome you all to this very special program. Very special one in the sense that today for the first time we are actually taking care of our future. I sat down there and I saw the children and I said to myself, anything that you want done, you should let Isiapali quarterly. But today we are adding the spice because we want to hand over. I know once you tell the children this is good and they buy into it, it's something that will go round and round and will continue that way. Some of us still hold on tightly to some things that we learned as children and it's working for us today. So I will say that this is the right time for us to be here today. And children, I pray that you will not fall into bad health because you have taken the right path. From now, you should go back to school and tell people about Lashman. When you get back home, tell your parents about Lashman. Tell your friends, tell everyone around you that government is set to bring health, good health, to our various doorsteps. Our colleagues, gentlemen of the press, our work is done once the children buy into this, and that is what we have seen. Some of them have gone through competitions, they've gone through series of research, and they have come tops in various categories. I want us to please let everyone in the whole world know what we are doing here today. Our parents, we want to thank you because if you have not brought these children, they won't be here today. And I pray that you will eat the fruits of your labor and you will not fall into bad health. Your health will be sound.
Goodwill messages followed, with speakers encouraging young people to remain creative, impactful, and committed to solving social challenges, regardless of their chosen careers.
Now I'm to be the goodwill message on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, distinguished Professor Ibi Olatunji. First of all, I want to applaud Dashi for organizing such a competition. And again, I want to congratulate the winners of this competition. But the message is this: to the future leaders, the leaders of tomorrow. I'm from engineering, the seven of our students in mechanical engineering is part of the winner. I said, wow, that's fine. That one simply means, irrespective of your field, you can provide a solution. And I want to applaud you, the future leaders, that you should not delay. Your ingenuity, creativity is appreciated. I know there will be many entries. For you to have one of the winners is a team that should be appreciated and be appreciated.
The permanent secretary of the agency, Dr. Emanuela Zamba, expressed appreciation to all guests for being present at the engagement. Speaking on the reason for the parley, she noted that it is their commitment to remain transparent and be accountable, and it is part of their deliberate efforts to keep Lagos residents informed about their activities and achievements. On the policy update, she said the agency has intensified enforcement of the executive order mandating compulsory health insurance for all Lagos residents and workers. According to her, ministries, departments, and agencies (MDAs) have undergone compliance checks, while public-facing agencies can now verify enrollment status through their portals.
I am pleased to report that in the first quarter of 2026, the agency trained 72 journalists in 2 batches in collaboration with ISMPH on social health insurance. Please clap for us. This initiative underscores the critical role of health writers in amplifying the right message. We commend your professionalism and your continued partnership. You will recall that the Lagos State government, under the visionary leadership of Mr. Governor, signed an executive order in 2024 mandating health insurance coverage across the state. Following this, the agency has intensified enforcement efforts across ministries, departments, and agencies, resulting in increased enrollment and more public servants. We appreciate the head of service, Mr. Alabode Agbo, for inaugurating the enforcement team and issuing directives that have significantly strengthened compliance. Today, I am pleased to inform you that the agency has completed its first compliance assessment of MDAs
Providing updates on implementation of the Governor's Executive Order, Technical Assistant to the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Nifesimi Akinagbe, said enforcement is progressing in phases. The first phase targets ministries, departments, and agencies. Future phases will extend to the informal sector, vulnerable groups, and corporate Lagos.
As our practice every quarterly media planning, we're going to be giving an update on the Governor's Executive Order, EOPSO 1/2024, and it's the order of mandatory subscription, mandatory enrollment on the Lagos State Social Health Insurance Scheme, which is called ILERA ECO. So what I've said in all that English is that ILERA ECO is now compulsory in Lagos State. That's what that executive order is saying. Apart from the baseline assessment at the MDAs, we also did what we call the Facility Compliance Readiness Assessment. We went into the facilities. So all these hospitals, we wanted to make sure that they were ready to provide quality services. So if we are saying that ILERA is compulsory and mandatory, we also need to make sure that the facilities are ready to provide qualitative services. And of course, also the areas of compliance approved for facilities as well, and we also checked these areas of compliance. We did the first phase from the 16th to the 27th of March, which in this first phase we looked at the PHCs, primary healthcare centers, I've been mentioning, and some private hospitals. So for the phase 2 and phase 3, we're going to the secondary facilities like the general hospitals, and also the tertiary facilities, the federal tertiary facilities as well. Apart from public awareness and strategic engagement, one of our other major responsibilities as stipulated in the executive order is vulnerable coverage. So individuals that cannot pay for ILERA ECO, they cannot afford it. The government has made provision, and that's what we call the equity fund. And this equity fund has been increased from 1 billion to 3 billion in 2025, if I'm not mistaken. And currently we do what we call town halls. For individuals that have been enrolled under the equity fund, we go into the communities and conduct what we call the town halls in order to get feedback in terms of service delivery. And of course, from my presentation so far, you've seen that apart from ILERA ECO being mandatory, we are so big on quality. The Lagos State Health Management Agency makes sure that we are giving care that is qualitative enough. And one of the ways we can know that the enrollees are receiving quality care is through feedback. And that's what we get through these our town halls.
To tackle affordability, Lashma also introduced ILERA ECO Easy Pay, a mobile wallet system that allows residents to save gradually towards health insurance premiums.
Okay, yes, interestingly, it's a child of necessity. Residents are asking for flexible options of payment. Things are changing drastically, so we needed to respond to provide an initiative that can avail people the opportunity to pay small, as we say. So they will pay money into their electronic wallet in conjunction with our partners. And when this amount of money completes the full premium, for instance, 15,000 for an individual, they can be activated and they can access care at the hospital end. There are other benefits that we'll be introducing as we get started, but we need to take it in phase by phase. So as we get started now, make your instrumental payment. When it completes, you can access care, continue your wallet savings, and then you can get interest on that savings and much more benefit that will be coming the ways of Lagosians as we continue to deepen the opportunity for this electronic wallet payment. You have the opportunity to save gradually within a period of 3 months. You can save up to 15,000 naira and then we would activate for an individual plan. If you can save up to 55,000 naira for a family of 4, father, mother, and 2 dependents, you will be activated. If you can save 80,000 naira for a family of 6 within the space of 3 months, you will be activated. Terms and conditions do apply to these, but this wallet is an electronic wallet. You'll be able to view from your phone once you put this wallet in conjunction with our financial and tech partners. That money is strictly for ILERA ECO. But however, we will allow you the opportunity to be able to also use your savings such that you can also get interest on that savings. But particularly
for the purpose of health insurance.
Beyond policy announcements, the Parley also celebrated young minds through the Ilera Eco Essay competition, designed to raise awareness on healthcare, insurance, and universal health coverage. The competition attracted 731 entries, with winners emerging in 4 categories. In the Little Health Champions category for primary 4 to 6 pupils, winners received prizes ranging from 50,000 to 100,000 naira. The Young UHC Advocates category for junior secondary students offered prizes up to 150,000 naira. For the Future Health Leaders category, open to senior secondary school students, top winners received up to 200,000 naira. And in the UHC Innovators category for undergraduate and youths, the star prize stood at 250,000 naira. Winners were also decorated as Ilera Eco advocates, charged with promoting healthy living and health insurance awareness in their communities.
Ilera Eco is a scheme. Their idea is to make healthcare quite affordable and of a good quality to the residents of Lagos State. From today's activity, what I just want to tell residents of Lagos State is that they should enroll in the Ilera Eco scheme. It's a very good one.
I just want to say a big thank